Chapter 36:15. GG. Reverend Xiangtian's nascent soul let out a mournful cry. The runes on his body flashed chaotically as he struggled with all his might. However, amidst the rumbling of the vast aura, everyone could only see the shock on his nascent soul's face. Soon after, his nascent soul was blasted into the fog by the vast aura and disappeared. Rumble. The sound of thunder rang out again. Xiaohua's face was gloomy as he used the lightning escape technique to chase after the pillar of boundless qi. Seeing the nascent soul being sucked into the void by the pillar of boundless qi, Xiaohua hurriedly pointed at the space between his eyebrows and opened his Dharma eye. He saw a crack that was like a crack slowly closing. Then, his eyes were filled with boundless waves. These waves were endless. He didn't know where they came from, nor did he know where they were going, damn it. Xiaohua clenched his teeth. After killing Jing Mubao, he ambushed Reverend Xiangtian in order to eliminate the danger. He didn't want to leave Yaotai Mountain and be troubled by Fairy Xiong Feng. Who would have thought that in the end, he would fail on the verge of success? This vast aura, what is the meaning of this? Is Reverend Xiangtian dead or alive? Xiaohua closed his magic eye and held his chin. He looked at the sky and the mess below him and began to ponder. Reverend Xiao. A slightly cautious and respectful voice sounded. Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was Reverend Yuan Qing who was closest to him. At this moment, Reverend Yuan Qing's face was filled with an indescribable awkwardness and bitterness. Xiaohua had pretended to injure him twice and he had ignored both times. Previously, he had said very well in front of Xiaohua that they would work together. How could his actions convince Reverend Yuan Qing? The other 4 nascent soul cultivators all stood behind Reverend Yuan Qing. Similarly, their previous arrogance was restrained. Facing a Dao sect senior who had broken the Star Lord Great Formation by himself, they didn't have the qualifications to be arrogant. The most important thing was that the Ting Jiao shears that killed Reverend Xiangtian was still floating in the air. No one knew if it would fall on their necks or not. Xiaohua's face didn't show any anger, nor did he have any intention of scolding them. Instead, he looked at them and said, "The formation has been broken. You all go to the Jade Box and see if there are any other rare treasures near the mountain range. Yes, this junior understands." Although Daoist Master Yuan Qing's cultivation was not the highest among the 5, he was, after all, familiar with Xiaohua. He hurriedly bowed and agreed. Then, he discussed with the other 4 in a low voice. In a moment, the 5 of them spread out in 5 different directions, releasing their divine senses to slowly search. Xiaohua looked at the backs of the 5 people. With a wave of his hand, the Ting Jiao shears appeared in his hand. Looking at the golden half of the Ting Jiao shears, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. His current strength was comparable to the spirit severing stage, but the magic treasure in his hand was not strong enough. Currently, he could only use the soaring Wirm scissors, the ocean overturning seal, the spirit slaying light, and the icefall mirror. Of these 4 magic treasures, only the ocean overturning seal was complete. The other 3 were incomplete. The spirit extermination vital light had yet to be successfully refined, and the soaring dragon scissors and the ice deadly mirror were damaged and incomplete. Although Xiaohua now had the means to refine spirit treasures, he still couldn't decide which magic treasure to refine into his life source magic treasure. Compared to the damaged soaring dragon scissors and the ice deadly mirror, the ocean overturning seal's power was slightly lacking. It was not even comparable to the wishful staff. However, if he were to refine the soaring dragon scissors and the ice deadly mirror into spirit treasures, Xiaohua felt that it was inappropriate. It could even be said that it was not worth it. Previously, Xiaohua's main goal was to refine the 5 elements wishful staff, but after much effort, he discovered that what he was refining was only the heaven leveling staff. Now, he had finally obtained the main material for the refining of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel. However, it was a huge task to refine it. It was definitely not something he could complete now. This made Xiaohua feel as if he was drawing water with a bamboo basket. It's difficult. Xiaohua sighed. With a turn of his hand, he put the soaring dragon scissors into the space. Then, with a move of his finger, he took out the sword gourd. Now, the sword gourd was extremely powerful. Even Jing Mulong was buried under the spirit extermination vital light. However, there was another problem with the spirit extermination vital light that was difficult to solve. That was, the sword light was not very sharp. Not to mention Jing Mulong, who was of 5th grade elemental power, even Reverend Xiangtian and Leng Qingge, who were 4th grade elemental power, could withstand it. Of course, Xiaohua also knew that the extreme magnetic light was the key to refining the spirit extermination vital light, but he couldn't find the extreme magnetic light. How can a spirit treasure be easy to refine? Looking at the sword gourd, Xiaohua's heart gave birth to a realization. Although this Xiao's magic treasures are not very useful, they are gradually being perfected. When the opportunity comes, this Xiao's spirit treasure will be earth-shattering, right? The ancients often say that haste makes waste. This is probably the case. After putting away the sword gourd, Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked around at the 5 nascent soul cultivators who were searching for him. Then, he released his soul awareness to search for Su Tingzi's location. Compared to Reverend Yuan Qing, Xiaohua cared more about Su Tingzi. After all, Su Tingzi had received Xiaohua's instructions to use him as bait to lure Jing Mulong out. Xiaohua would remember this favor. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua recalled a little, identified a direction, and flew in a certain direction. Then, he released his Buddhist awareness to look around. As he looked, Xiaohua couldn't help but be moved. Then, his figure flashed and he entered the ground. After a moment, he flew out again. In his hand, he was holding an earth-yellow magic treasure that was several feet in size. This earth-yellow magic treasure was Su Tingzi's heaven-shaking hammer. Gently placing the heaven-shaking hammer on the ground, Xiaohua stretched out his index finger. At the tip of his finger, a similarly earthy yellow light landed on the heaven-shaking hammer like a sharp thorn. The heaven-shaking hammer let out a soft rumble and slowly retracted. It returned to the size of a palm and landed in Xiaohua's hand. Looking at the ground now, it was a rather tragic sight. Inside, Su Tingzi's face was yellow and his eyes were tightly shut. Just as he moved his eyeballs, he opened his eyelids with difficulty. Of the nearly 20 golden core cultivators behind him, only 9 were alive. The other 10 had already turned into broken limbs. Even though these 9 people were still alive, Xiaohua's Buddha's consciousness had already swept over them. He had already found out that these 9 people were already seriously injured. Not only had their corporeal bodies been damaged, but even their golden cores had also been shattered. If they didn't take the spirit pills as soon as possible, then they would die in less than 2 hours. Taoist Master Xiao. Su Tingzi opened his eyes and saw that it was Xiaohua. Joy appeared on his face. He forced a smile and said, "I didn't disappoint you." Xiaohua nodded. Fellow Taoists, righteousness is something that I will remember in my heart. Not only did you help me lure out the star monarch guarding the array, you even protected the 9 golden core disciples. Although you were heavily injured, their lives were saved. Su Tingzi slowly sat up and looked at the 9 golden core cultivators. He sighed and said, "Their lives are saved for now, but they will die sooner or later." I was moved by Taoist Master Xiao and became a good person for once. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Good people will be rewarded." Fellow Taoist, you didn't care about your own safety and used your natal magic treasure to protect them. How can I let them die? Su Tingzi's eyes flashed with surprise. He said anxiously, Daoist. Daoist Master Xiao, do you have the 9 Revolutions life-extending pill? Xiao Hua was sweating profusely. He waved his hand and said, I don't have that kind of spirit item, but I have other medicinal pills. As he spoke, he first handed the heaven-shaking hammer to Su Tingzi. Then, he took out a few medicinal pills and handed them to him. He said with a smile, try this medicinal pill of mine. Su Tingzi naturally knew that this wasn't the time to be polite. He put away his magic treasure and took out a medicinal pill and put it in his mouth. Su Tingzi's face was filled with ecstasy as soon as the medicinal pill entered his mouth. He immediately closed his eyes and started to circulate his cultivation. Xiao Hua hurriedly said with a smile, fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. There are still 9 golden core disciples who need your help. I have to circulate my cultivation and don't have time to help them. Although they made a blood oath to me, they made a blood oath to Daoist Master Xiao. I'll have to trouble Daoist Master Xiao with their matters. Su Tingzi still hadn't recovered from his injuries, so how could he care about others? He closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation. When Xiao Hua saw this, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He took out the medicinal pills and fed them to the 9 golden core cultivators one by one. Then, he poured his true essence into the 9 people's mouths to help them dissolve the medicinal effects. Xiao Hua's medicinal pills were very powerful. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 9 people woke up at almost the same time. When they saw the smiling Xiao Hua and Su Tingzi, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, they immediately understood what had happened. They all struggled to get up and kneeled. No need to be so polite. Xiao Hua hurriedly pressed the 9 people down and said, you're all heavily injured. It wasn't easy for me to save you with my medicinal pills. If you move any more, my medicinal pills will be wasted. Junior Panyu thanks Senior Xiao for his kindness. The golden core cultivator in front looked left and right. An indescribable bitterness appeared on his face as he clasped his hands and said with difficulty. The several gold core cultivators also reported their names one by one and thanked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, Panyu, not only are your physical bodies heavily injured, even your golden cores are shattered. Now that you're on Yaotai Mountain, your lives could fall at any time. What do you plan to do? This. Panyu looked at Su Tingzi, who had his eyes closed, and said in a low voice, Junior and the others have already sworn a blood oath to serve Senior Su Tingzi, don't worry about me. I can't even take care of myself right now. I'll transfer your blood oath to Daoist Master Xiao. Su Tingzi didn't open his eyes and said in a low voice, besides, I was just following Daoist Master Xiao's orders at that time to lure the Confucian cultivators into a trap. Su Tingzi's voice was extremely low, but the golden core cultivators heard it clearly. Wasn't that the situation at that time? However, Panyu and the others seemed to have never heard of a blood oath being transferred to someone else. They couldn't help but look at each other. Xiao Hua looked at the 9 late-stage golden core cultivators and rolled his eyes. He nodded and said, since fellow Daoist Su Tingzi has the heart, then I can't be careless. If you're willing to serve me loyally, I can naturally protect your lives. As long as I can walk out of Yaotai Mountain, I'll definitely bring you out. Moreover, I can also guarantee your future cultivation, including cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and other things. Chapter 36:16. Thank you, Senior. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to Senior. Panyu and the others were overjoyed. Being able to pledge their loyalty to someone as powerful as Xiao Hua naturally brought them many benefits. However, Xiao Hua frowned again and said with difficulty, but the problem is that even if this old man wants to protect all of you, there are still many defensive formations in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Even if all of you stay close to this old man doesn't have much confidence, Senior. A golden core cultivator saw that Xiaohua was in a difficult position and said in a low voice, Senior, don't you have the nation treasure? That thing can be used to suppress cultivators of our generation, so it can naturally contain us. It won't be too late to let us out after Senior leaves the Jade Pavilion conference. In fact, Xiaohua originally wanted to let them enter his Qinquan bag or spirit storage bag, but after hearing this golden core cultivator's words, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He nodded and said, all right, then I'll have to trouble you all. Daoist Master Xiao. Su Tingzi opened his eyes and hurriedly called out, you should also suppress I. Why do I feel like I won't be able to last until the Jade Pavilion conference ends with my injuries? That's fine. Xiaohua said with a smile, as long as fellow Daoist doesn't worry, I can enter. Su Tingzi's words were half a joke. After all, once he entered the mountain and river seal, his entire life would be in Xiaohua's hands. No matter what Xiaohua did to him, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, when Su Tingzi heard Xiaohua's straightforward answer and thought about his impression of Xiaohua in this short period of time, he couldn't help but be tempted. After Xiaohua finished speaking with Su Tingzi, he raised his hand and took out 9 medicinal pills. He handed them to Pan Yu and the others and said, these are the medicinal pills that I used before. They should be able to help you all condense your golden cores. Take them now, and after I put you all into the mountain and river seal, you can take advantage of this time to cultivate. Condense golden cores. Pan Yu and the others could not believe their ears. They all carefully received the mountain river seal and hurriedly put it into the air. Xiaohua did not hold back and had Dragon Vein Xiaohua use the mountain river seal to suppress the 9 people inside. Su Tingzi was moved. Although Xiaohua didn't say who refined this pill, Su Tingzi had never heard of any famous alchemist in the hidden immortal continent who could refine this legendary pill. Even if Xiaohua didn't know how to refine pills, if Xiaohua was able to get acquainted with this kind of person, he would definitely be able to gain some benefits if he befriended Xiaohua. Therefore, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Su Tingzi took the initiative and said with a smile, Daoist Master Xiao, there is also I, don't forget. Is fellow Daoist really willing? Xiaohua smiled meaningfully. I thought fellow Daoist was just joking. Sigh, didn't Daoist Master Xiao say it already? Good people have good karma. I just did a good deed. Spiritual Master, you should let I have a good karma, right? Su Tingzi blinked his eyes and smiled. When Xiaohua heard this, he nodded solemnly and said, fellow Daoist, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Many thanks, Daoist Master Xiao. Ever since Su Tingzi woke up, he had been calling Xiaohua Daoist Master Xiao, instead of fellow Daoist Xiao. Dragon Vein Xiaohua activated the mountain and river seal. Just as he was about to put Su Tingzi away, Su Tingzi suddenly shouted, Daoist Master Xiao, please wait. Oh. Xiaohua said with a smile that wasn't a smile, fellow Daoist, are you regretting it? No. Su Tingzi waved his hand. Previously, inside the defensive formation, I saw 2 strange things. Now that I suddenly remembered, I have to remind Daoist Master. Fellow Daoist, please speak. Xiaohua was bewildered. After hearing Su Tingzi talk about the 2 nascent soul cultivators' nascent souls disappearing after their deaths, he asked again, then. Fellow Daoist, do you know if such strange things happened in the Jade Pavilion gathering? Su Tingzi shook his head slightly. This. I don't know. However, from what I know, it doesn't seem to be the case. Of course, it said that there are many defensive formations in the Jade Pavilion gathering, and every defensive formation is different. Perhaps the defensive formation we fell into is different from the others. I understand. I'll pay attention. Xiaohua temporarily suppressed his doubts and said, fellow Daoist, you should go back and cultivate. As he spoke, he activated the mountain and river seal and suppressed Su Tingzi. After putting everyone away, Xiaohua looked at the mountain and river seal in his hand and smiled. This mountain and river seal was actually a bit similar to a cosmos bag, but the space inside was much larger. Putting people into a cosmos bag sounded very disgusting, but if it was put into the mountain and river seal, it sounded more comfortable. However, in reality, what was the difference? It wasn't as comfortable as his own space. A nation weapon, a nation weapon. A nation weapon, how interesting. Xiaohua spun the mountain and river seal in his hand and put it back into his meridians. He looked up at the clear sky and muttered, damn it, Li wanted me to keep a low profile, but I broke a Celestial Lord's defensive formation as soon as I arrived and even killed a Celestial Lord. How can I keep a low profile in the future? Now that the defensive formation is broken and the Celestial Lord is dead, Kong Hongwu will fly into a rage. I really don't know what methods he'll use to deal with me. It seems that he won't rest until he's dead. It's time for me to change my appearance. On the Jade Mountain, within the Celestial Lord Palace, there was a huge space. Kong Hongwu was standing in the starry sky with his hands behind his back. Behind Kong Hongwu were a boy and a girl. They each held a flute and a sword in their hands as they stood there respectfully. However, the two boys' gazes were different from Kong Hongwu's. Kong Hongwu narrowed his eyes as if he had a card up his sleeve. As for the two boys, they looked at the starry sky below them without blinking, their faces filled with anticipation. The stars in the starry sky were dazzling, and each star flickered with a different brilliance. Aside from the ordinary brilliance, there was also a faint mist. This mist was either like a thin thread or like cotton. It was actually different. However, if one looked carefully, they would be able to see the strangeness of the starry sky. Although there were many formations in the starry sky, they were sparse. It was far from being as dense as the real starry sky. Moreover, there were only a few dozen stars that could be considered dense. The brilliance of these stars linked together, and they were either shaped like a rooster or a black bear. It was very dazzling. If Xiaohua was here, he would definitely be able to tell that there were exactly 28 stars in these dozens of spots. They were the 28 lunar mansions. There was another special place in the starry sky. Under the starry sky, there was something that looked like a long river. This thing seemed to hold up the entire starry sky. Above the long river, there were layers of purple clouds. Between the layers, there were mountains, ridges, long rivers, streams, and so on. Occasionally, the shadows of cities and farmhouses could be seen. Suddenly, on a star that was not shining brightly, a small light dust fell like a meteor. This light dust fell into the long river under the starry sky. At the same time, a thin white line rushed out from the long river and caught the light dust. When the light dust fell into the long river, it did not cause any splashes. 35. The girl was quick to speak and hurriedly shouted, Palace Master, 35 have already appeared. Kong Hongwu faintly replied. His brows slightly furrowed, as if he was not very happy. The girl's pearl-like eyes turned slightly and she smiled, Palace Master, what is this thing? How come I have not seen it in the previous Jade Pavilion conference? It's really fun. Hee, fun. Kong Hongwu opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He said, in this world, the most beautiful thing is to sit and watch the clouds rise and fall. The most calming thing is to wait for the flowers to bloom and wilt. In this world, the most satisfying thing is to control the life and death of others. The two children were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and did not know what to say. The boy thought for a moment and asked, Palace Master, when the dragon gate was opened, I saw Hua the Taoist rush into the dragon gate. Why did he participate in the Jade Pavilion conference? Did he think that the reward from Palace Master was not enough and came to my Jade Mountain to pick spirit herbs? He is really too greedy. Humph. Hearing the mention of Hua the Taoist, a layer of anger appeared on Kong Hongwu's face. He slightly nodded and said, yes, he is indeed too greedy. Little Yun, remember, people die for wealth and birds die for food. This is an old saying that describes human greed. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have died because of this sentence. Little Huada is not walking the dragon gate, it is a dead end. Don't be greedy in the future. The boy named Little Yun hurriedly bowed and said, yes, Palace Master, I will remember. I can get whatever I want in front of Palace Master, I won't be greedy. Kong Hongwu smiled and looked at Little Yun. You are still young, how can you know how big the temptation of this world is? Do you think those Dao sect cultivators who came to participate in the Jade Pavilion conference don't know the disadvantages of greed? Do you think they didn't say such words in the past? Greed is the biggest enemy in life. Palace Master, look, there is a lot of light dust falling. While speaking, the girl jumped up and clapped her hands, saying, so beautiful, just like fireworks. Kong Hongwu raised his head and looked. Sure enough, there was a snake-shaped star flashing with extremely brilliant brilliance. Under that brilliance, dozens of light dust fell one after another. Above the long river, there was a rushing filament that pulled these light dust into the river. Kong Hongwu unconsciously showed a satisfied smile on his face. There is also that one. Little Yun was not to be outdone. He also pointed at a tiger-like star and shouted, and there are more fireworks, more beautiful. Before the little girl could take it out, the starry sky was filled with specks of light dust. There were more and less specks of light dust, and they were exceptionally bright. This caused the corners of Kong Hongwu's mouth to curl up again, and he looked very proud. But when Kong Hongwu slightly lowered his head and was about to squint his eyes, suddenly, at the place where the previous star was, the whole star rushed out a few feet of starlight. Near the star, there was a dragon-shaped star river that fiercely rotated and crashed into the star. Chapter 36:17. Ah! Shengwan Yiran. Jingmu Xian. Seeing this strange scene, Kong Hongwu was shocked. He hurriedly unfolded his robe, and his eyes flashed with 3 colors of clear light. Hua! There was a sound like falling into water, and the whole Bai and star collapsed. The brilliant starlight instantly dimmed, and as the starlight was annihilated, several light dust fell again. What's going on? Kong Hongwu was inexplicably surprised. This Jingmu Xian star formation was broken by someone. How is this possible? The 4 eyes of the boy and girl rolled around, and there was panic and fear on their faces. Obviously, they knew the seriousness of the matter, so they closed their little mouths tightly and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Kong Hongwu stared at the starry sky formation, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, he looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had understood something, and said, ha ha ha. Hong Mang, old man, you're really good. It seems that you want to make an example of my Star Lord Palace. I really underestimated you. When I saw your subordinates leave, I thought you didn't dare to come to Yaotai Mountain to make trouble, but I didn't expect you to send Xiaohua to make trouble. Good. I'm not your opponent, but I'll cut off your claws and teeth. I'll let you know the power of my Star Lord Palace. After saying that, Kong Hongwu raised his hand, and the sword in Xiao Yun's hand flew up with a clang and landed in the starry sky. Kong Hongwu patted his own head, and a puff. 3 colored air columns spurted out and condensed into a Z in the air. Except for the abnormal skin color, this Z was also dressed in a Confucian robe and looked like a real person. This Z stretched out his hand, and the sword fell into his hand. Immediately, jumping inscriptions flew out from the sword, and the inscriptions made a clear chanting sound. The chanting sound was full of rhythm and strands of noble qi, which were as thin as hair but condensed with terrifying power, came out of the void and crashed into the inscriptions. Layers of extraordinary splendor mixed with clouds gushed out from the surface of the inscriptions. In the time it took to eat a meal, the inscriptions on the whole sword rushed into the air, and condensed into the appearance of a golden-armored celestial man. Please. Kong Hongwu lightly opened his mouth and spat out a word. Thousands of rays of light flew out of the Z's mouth and landed on the forehead of the golden-armored celestial man. The rays of light converged and turned into the inscriptions of the sun, moon, and star. Then the Z waved his hand and pointed the sword at the center of the 3 inscriptions. The golden-armored celestial man flashed with an intense golden light and rushed into the starry sky. Boom! With a soft sound, the golden-armored celestial man disappeared. At the same time, a blood-red star with a long tail flew out from where the golden-armored celestial man disappeared. On top of the star, there were shadows of the sun and moon that were flashing with different colors of clouds. Xiao Hua retracted his gaze from the horizon and released his Buddhist sense to check the area again. He didn't find anyone alive. Only then did he fly to the place where Reverend Xiangtian was killed. Reverend Xiangtian's corpse had been split into 2 and looked very bloody. Xiao Hua waved his hand and a samadhi true fire fell and burned the corpse. He then raised his hand and took a few Qianquan bags. Xiao Hua opened them and looked inside. There were many things inside. Xiao Hua didn't have time to look at them carefully and casually threw them into his space. Daoist Xiang Tian's cold plum flying sword was also thrown to the ground. However, this sword was Daoist Xiang Tian's life treasure. Since Daoist Xiang Tian's nascent soul was holding a small sword, even if Xiao Hua erased the origin soul imprint on it, it wouldn't be of much use. However, Xiao Hua only hesitated for a moment. He raised his hand and the cold plum sword fell into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he erased the nascent divinity within it and put it away. A magic treasure painstakingly refined by a nascent soul cultivator could definitely be given to an ordinary core formation disciple. It's here, it's here. At this moment, a cultivator's hoarse voice sounded. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that it was one of the cultivators that Daoist Yuan Qing sent to search for the jade box. Xiao Hua urged his body to fly towards that person. The other 4 people also stopped searching and flew towards that person's location. When Xiao Hua arrived, that person had already taken out the jade box from the collapsed mountain rocks. This place was already very far from the cliff where the jade box was previously placed. Moreover, the surrounding mountain rocks, debris, and fallen ancient trees were all present. It was really a mess. From time to time, there would be some fog, weak wind, and other things rushing out. If one didn't look carefully, it would really be difficult to find it. That person was slightly thin and his face was pale. When he saw Xiao Hua fly over, he hurriedly handed over the jade box and said with a smile, "Senior Xiao." Xiao Hua glanced at the jade box and said indifferently, "Wait a moment. Let's wait for them to arrive." Yes, that person didn't dare to say anything else. He held the jade box in his hand and stood in the air. Seeing that Daoist Yuan Qing and the others still hadn't arrived, Xiao Hua asked again, "How should I address you, fellow Daoist?" "Senior Xiao, you're too polite. I'm Daoist Jingting." Daoist Jingting was flattered when he heard Xiao Hua call him fellow Daoist. "You found this thing, so it should be yours." However, I need the Imperial Preceptor's lot. If it's the lot of the Imperial Preceptor, then it belongs to me. Xiaohua said, however, I'll give you some compensation. I wouldn't dare. Daoist Jingting said hurriedly, with Senior's ability, finding this thing is as easy as lifting a finger. It's my honor to be of service to Senior. Even if it's the 3 treasures mentioned by Star-Lord Palace, I'm willing to offer them to Senior. Oh. Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, somewhat puzzled. He rubbed his chin, embarrassed by his own deterrence. Although he was somewhat puzzled when he saw Xiaohua, Daoist Jingting didn't explain much when he saw Daoist Yuanqing and the others flying over. He just waited quietly on the side. When Daoist Yuanqing saw the jade box in Daoist Jingting's hand, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Senior." Hee, congratulations, congratulations. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Daoist Yuanqing took out a few more jade boxes from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, saying, "Also, these are some spiritual herbs and spiritual objects that Junior found nearby. Senior saved Junior's life. Junior has nothing to repay Senior, so I'll take these as my thanks to Senior." Xiaohua took a deep look at Daoist Yuanqing and didn't refuse. He took them with a smile and said, "Since that's the case, I'll accept these things. Fellow Daoist Yuanqing, you don't have to keep talking about your so-called kindness. I'll listen to Daoist Zhao's instructions." Daoist Yuanqing was very happy. After answering respectfully, he stood to the side. Xiaohua understood, so how could the other 3 nascent soul cultivators not understand? They all took out a few jade boxes from their Qinquan bags. Who knew if they found them in such a short time? They all handed them to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took them one by one without hesitation. He roughly looked at them and sent them into his space. Then, he looked at Daoist Jingting and said, "I've always liked to be magnanimous. Although I didn't say it clearly and only asked you to help me find the jade boxes, the things inside the jade boxes." Soon after, Xiaohua repeated what he had just said to Daoist Master Jingting. Only then did he order Daoist Master Jingting to open the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a flash of brilliance, and a faint, mighty roar of a beast rushed into the air along with the jade box. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a happy expression. He could already clearly see that under that brilliance, there was a swan wand-shaped imperial jade seal. "Congratulations, Daoist Xiao." Daoist Jingting also slightly closed his eyes because of that light, and then he shouted with a happy expression. "Ha!" Seeing that it was the State Preceptor's lot that he needed, Xiaohua didn't hold back. He covered his Daoist robe, and the State Preceptor's lot fell into his hand, instantly disappearing. Daoist Yuanqing and the other 4 nascent soul cultivators also opened their mouths to congratulate him, but the smiles on their faces carried a trace of bitterness. More than 10 nascent soul cultivators risked their lives, and so many of them died. Who would have thought that the jade boxes only contained the State Preceptor's lot? How could they not feel wronged? Of course, their congratulations were sincere. After all, the State Preceptor's lot wasn't what they wanted, and Xiaohua taking it wouldn't make them feel pained. Xiaohua received the State Preceptor's lot, and this trip was complete. Then, he asked with a smile, "I've already achieved my goal of participating in the Jadestage meeting. I'm not going to go any further. I'll just wait here until the Jadestage meeting is over and leave. Fellow Daoists, if you still have other ideas, feel free to go." Daoist Master Xiao. The somewhat short nascent soul cultivator said regretfully, "With your skills, how can you stay here? Not to mention that any one of those 3 treasures is useful to you. Even the spiritual grasses and spiritual items in other places of the Jadestage Mountain are incomparable to other places of the hidden immortal continent." don't you want to get one or two? Xiaohua said with a smile that wasn't a smile, if I were to snatch those 3 treasures, wouldn't you all be empty-handed? Those things are useless to me, so I'll leave them for you. The short nascent soul cultivator's face was somewhat embarrassed, and he said in a low voice, since Daoist isn't willing to go forward, then this junior will take his leave first. If Daoist has time in the future, please come to Pingyu Lake. This junior will welcome you with open arms. Okay, you can go. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to Daoist Master Yuan Qing, Daoist Master Jing Ting, and the others. However, just as he finished speaking, he immediately thought of something and hurriedly said, "Oh, don't worry, I just remembered something. I don't know which fellow Daoist can help me." When the short nascent soul cultivator heard this, his face was very happy. He had the same thoughts as the others, they all wanted to follow Xiaohua. This way, even if they encountered any danger, they could ask Xiaohua for help. However, they didn't expect that Xiaohua didn't intend to go forward at all. At this time, hearing Xiaohua's words, the cultivator hurriedly said, "I don't know what Daoist master wants to do." "Oh, it's nothing. I just want to ask you, who knows about the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence?" Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 36:18. When the short nascent soul cultivator heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Looking at the 3 people beside him, they all looked confused. He slightly shook his head and said, "I have never heard of it." "Hee, no matter." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "If you don't know, then don't know." At this moment, Daoist Jingting said calmly, "I know what Daoist Jingting is talking about. Moreover, I also know that there is one in Yaotai Mountain." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. He looked at Daoist Jingting and said with a smile, "If fellow Daoist can help me, I definitely won't treat you unfairly." Daoist Jingting seemed to have made some decision. He lightly bit his lips and said, "Daoist Jingting and I can be considered to be fated. If Daoist Jingting can obtain that thing, I ask Daoist Jingting to share some with me." "Of course." Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. "There is no need to doubt this." "Good." Daoist Jingting made a prompt decision. He cupped his hands and said, "If Daoist Jingting is willing, I will take Daoist Jingting there. However, that place is rather dangerous. The other fellow Taoists shouldn't rashly take risks." When the short nascent soul cultivator saw that Daoist Jingting had already said this, he hurriedly bowed and said, "I wish Daoist Jingting success. Farewell." After he finished speaking, he urged his magic power to leave. At this moment, he heard a very distant place, the location of that Yaotai mountain. Rumble. The sound of mountains and tsunamis reverberated through the entire sky. Xiaohua and the others looked up and saw a blood-red meteor rushing out from the peak of Yaotai Mountain. It went straight to the top of the sky, and then with a large blood-red tail, it rushed from the top of the sky to the other end of the mountain range. As the meteor streaked across, the blood-red color was like a sharp sword cutting open the sky. A long bloody scar appeared in the sky. Not only that, but the sky before the meteor was extremely trembling. A myriad of multicolored lights burst out from the front of the meteor. After the meteor, that long red tail seemed to be overflowing with ripples, expanding the bloody scar to the extreme. The sky was filled with blood-red multicolored lights in an instant. Not only did they cover the clear sky, but they also covered the sun and the moon. That night and blood could be seen with the naked eye rushing towards Xiaohua and the others from a distance. What is going on?" The short nascent soul cultivator was shocked. His body, which had been flying away, came to a stop as he looked into the distance in shock. Strands of heaven and earth yuan qi, as well as streams of righteous qi, slowly surged into the sky. It was as if blood had fallen into a pool of water. The blood-colored rays of light were descending towards Yaotai Mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble. The sound of thunder and claps of thunder seemed to be the only sound in the world, reverberating back and forth. Not only did the blood-colored meteor streak across the horizon, it even cut open the hearts of all the cultivators. An indescribable restlessness, viciousness, and brutality unknowingly diffused out from their hearts. A rare treasure. The short nascent soul cultivator had just stopped and his attention fell on the blood-colored meteor when he saw jade boxes flickering with brilliance and clouds rushing out from all directions. Behind the jade boxes were many cultivators. These cultivators were either activating their magic treasures or using their abilities. They were all extremely excited. Unfortunately, the majority of the jade boxes immediately disappeared into the blood-colored rays of light when they rushed into the air. Only a few landed in the hands of the cultivators. Those who obtained the jade boxes either turned around and flew away or directly rushed forward, disappearing with the other jade boxes. Those who didn't obtain the jade boxes naturally didn't want to fall behind. They immediately rushed into the blood-colored rays of light and disappeared. As for more cultivators, they were hesitant. After all, this blood-colored meteor was an ominous sign. Who knew what was inside the rays of light? However, wherever the meteor passed, the blood-colored scars didn't disappear. The rays of light spread downwards bit by bit without any intention of stopping. Some cultivators who were close to the rays of light didn't even need to move their bodies. Once they came into contact with the rays of light, they immediately disappeared. Seeing this, how could the cultivators not know that Star-Lord Palace's intention was to let all the cultivators enter the rays of light? Rather than waiting here to be sucked in by the rays of light, it was better to enter the rays of light now and obtain the rare treasure a step earlier. Thus, even more cultivators flew out from the continuous mountain range and rushed into the rays of light, disappearing without a trace. The short nascent soul cultivator looked at the treasures falling into the rays of light with greed in his eyes. Seeing that there were cultivators rushing into the rays of light, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, I'll go first." "Please." Xiao Hua nodded. That nascent soul cultivator urged his body and rushed up 100 feet. Once he came into contact with the blood-colored rays of light, he disappeared like the other cultivators. Xiao Hua's divine sense followed. He only felt that the rays of light could isolate divine sense, but he couldn't see anything strange about it. "Fellow Taoists, hurry up and go," Xiao Hua urged, then said to Daoist Master Jingting, "Fellow Daoist Jingting, you can lead the way. From the looks of it, Star-Lord Palace wants to drive us to a place. The defensive formation from before might be closed." When Daoist Master Jingting heard this, he immediately understood. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Daoist Master, please follow me." As he said this, Daoist Master Jingting also urged his body and flew towards a place. The other nascent soul cultivators cupped their hands towards Xiao Hua and also rushed into the rays of light somewhat hurriedly. They originally had some intention to go with Xiao Hua, but when they saw that Xiao Hua wanted to break through the formation again and didn't want them to follow, especially when all the rare treasures were sent into the blood-colored rays of light by Star-Lord Palace, all the cultivators on Yaotai Mountain had to enter the rays of light to obtain the rare treasures, so Xiao Hua's role was weakened. Therefore, they also dispelled the idea of advancing and retreating with Xiao Hua. Daoist Master Yuanqing looked at the nascent soul cultivator who flew away, his face unmoved. He calmly said to Xiao Hua, "Daoist Master Xiao, Junior's cultivation is limited. I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to escape from Yaotai Mountain. I can't not follow you. You won't drive me away, right?" "Huh, how is that possible?" Xiao Hua laughed. His body flew up and rushed out after Daoist Master Jingting. He even said, but if you want to follow us, don't call me senior in the future." Daoist Master Yuanqing laughed. His Daoist robe fluttered as he chased after Xiao Hua. He also said, "Daoist Master Xiao, if you say so, how can I not follow your orders?" The three of them flew towards this place for about the time it took to eat a meal. Just as Xiao Hua thought, the entire Yaotai mountain was completely covered by the rays of light like volcanic clouds. Under the rays of light, rare treasures and spiritual objects flew out one after another. Not to mention that the defensive formation was gradually closing, even if it wasn't, who would still stay here when the formation was empty? Xinren Jingting saw them flying over several mountain ranges, flying and stopping. In the ancient forest, which was more than 100 feet high, they found a sandbar where 3 streams converged. Xinren Jingting stopped. He turned his head and narrowed his eyes to look at the multicolored light falling from above and behind him. He said, "Xinren Xiao, this is the place where the elites are. Although the rays of light will activate the defensive formation, it's 90% similar to the records I've obtained." Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out. He saw that the vast qi above the sandbar was mixed with obscure inscriptions that blocked his divine sense. He knew this should be one of the defensive formations of Star-Lord Hole. He then looked at the lush ancient trees on the left side that blocked the blood-colored rays of light. If Daoist Master Jingting didn't bring him here, he probably wouldn't have found this place. So Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Jingting, before I came here, I also asked several fellow Daoists for advice. According to them, this Yaotai gathering is completely different from the previous one. There's nothing to learn from them. I wonder how fellow Daoist got the information about this place." Reverend Jingting looks at Xiao Hua, then looks at Reverend Yuanqing, who is following behind him. He sighs and says, "To tell you the truth, Reverend Xiao, I didn't get this information from anyone else. It was during the last few Yaotai gatherings that I came here by chance and found out." Oh. Xiao Hua was surprised. Could it be that fellow Daoist Jingting has attended the Yaotai gathering many times? Not to mention Xiao Hua, even Daoist Master Yuanqing looked at Daoist Master Jingting with interest. A bitter smile appeared on Daoist Master Jingting's face. He nodded and said, "I'm not afraid of Daoist Master Zhao's joke. This is the 13th time I have attended the Yaotai gathering." "Aw." Xiao Hua didn't make a move, but Daoist Master Yuanqing cried out in surprise. However, after being surprised, Daoist Master Yuanqing became somewhat embarrassed. He said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Jingting, you think too much. This Yaotai gathering is also the 3rd time I've attended. You've only attended a few more times than me. I'm afraid I'm the pot calling the kettle black." Alas. Daoist Master Jingting sighed. His voice was full of bitterness and helplessness. He looked at the sandbar in front of him and said, "Fellow Daoists, please don't laugh at me. Actually, the purpose of this humble Daoist's visit to Yaotai Mountain is not for the treasures mentioned earlier. This humble Daoist is also not interested in the 3 treasures that Star-Lord Palace has taken out. This humble Daoist's purpose is the same as that of Daoist Xiao." Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at Daoist Master Jingting and asked curiously, "Could it be? Fellow Daoist Jingting has attended the Yaotai gathering 12 times just for the Imperial Preceptor's lot. And 12 times, you actually didn't get it?" Daoist Master Yuanqing was also surprised. After all, it wasn't particularly difficult to get the Imperial Preceptor's lot when one's cultivation had reached the middle nascent soul stage. As long as one's luck wasn't too bad, one could get it by attending the Yaotai gathering once. How could one be like Daoist Master Jingting, who had attended the Yaotai gathering 12 times and still hadn't gotten it? Daoist Master Jingting originally wanted to urge Xiao Hua, but when he saw Xiao Hua looking at him with great interest and seemed to have already released his divine sense, he knew that Xiao Hua was observing the defensive formation in front of him. Thinking of his own decision, he opened his mouth and said, "You're right, Daoist Master Xiao. Since I attended the first Yaotai gathering 400 years ago, I've attended the Yaotai gathering 12 times in the past several hundred years and returned empty-handed. I didn't get the Imperial Preceptor's lot even once. Fellow Daoist Jingting, you really have perseverance." Daoist Master Yuanqing didn't know how to comfort Daoist Master Jingting, so he could only say this in a low voice. Actually, the first 3 times. I really did want to establish a country and have the ambition to be a country's teacher. Daoist Master Jingting said with a smile, but by the 4th time, the general who was on good terms with I was already old. Seeing that I couldn't help them establish a country for a long time, his son had already abandoned I and cooperated with others. I also met the fellow Daoist who helped them establish a country. I also met him at the Yaotai gathering. I can't help others, but of course, I can't disturb them. Therefore, the things that happened after that were just me acting in a fit of pique. I actually want to see how many times I can get the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Chapter 36:19. After Xiao Hua's divine sense landed on the defensive formation and carefully observed it for a moment, he unconsciously frowned slightly. This defensive formation was rather strange. It was like a lock covering the sandbar. The 3 streams rushing in from all directions were like keys to the lock. The defensive formation could only be opened by the streams. However, there was a faint strangeness in the streams, which contained a murderous intent. Xiao Hua felt that it was somewhat familiar, but also difficult to grasp. He had no choice but to think more about it. Fellow Daoist Jingting, how did you enter this place last time? Xiao Hua seemed to have a plan and asked. Reverend Jingting said without hesitation, when I participated in the Yaotai assembly for the first time, I had already obtained the Imperial Preceptor's lot on a mountain range not far from here. Unfortunately, before I could put it in my Qinquan bag, I was discovered by another fellow Daoist. This fellow Daoist was more powerful than me, so I was thrown into that stream. In order to escape that fellow Daoist's pursuit, I used the water escape technique to hide. Who knew that a very inexplicable force would bring me into that sandbar? It's just that. I only entered the sandbar for a very short time. I was only able to see the situation inside before I was brought out. Later on, by chance and coincidence, I found out that inside was the Renjing that ordinary Daoist cultivators of my sect talked about. Alas, since I knew this thing was the Renjing, I had to come here every time I came here to take a look. However, apart from the first time, this was the only time I could see the surrounding ancient trees. In the past several hundred years, Star Lord Hall never opened this place. This time, I don't have much time left. Xiao Hua looked at the place that was only a few li away. The edges of the ancient trees were already blurred, as if the blood-red light had swallowed the ancient trees. Moreover, under the cover of the light, all the mountains, forests, and streams could no longer be seen. Only the distant Yaotai mountain stood tall like a pillar that reached the sky. Upon seeing this, Reverend Jingting straightened his clothes and bowed to Xiao Hua. Reverend Xiao, in fact, when I obtained the jade box containing the Imperial Preceptor's lot, I had a premonition in my heart that the jade box contained no other treasure but the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Why? Reverend Yuanqing was somewhat puzzled. If you didn't have a premonition, why did you fight for it? Daoist Jingting said very meaningfully, I naturally fight for the State Preceptor's lot, but if I can't get it, then it's naturally not the State Preceptor's lot. However, Zhenren Shao killed the Guardian Star and asked us to search for it. The only thing I could find was the Imperial Master's lot. Daoist Master Jingting's words were very awkward, but Daoist Master Yuan Qing also understood a little. Daoist Master Jingting's luck was extremely bad. This was his 13th time participating in the Yaotai assembly. The number of the Imperial Preceptor's lot was pitifully small. This was the first time he was so close to the Imperial Preceptor's lot, but he just happened to encounter the unstoppable Xiao Hua. Even if he could get the Imperial Teacher's lot in his hands, in the end, he would have to give it to Xiao Hua. As Daoist Jingting spoke, his figure didn't get up. Since the heavens let me present the Imperial Preceptor's lot with both hands, then it's also letting me serve Daoist. I hope that Daoist Xiao can guide me when you establish your country in the future. Daoist Yuan Qing's eyebrows twitched as he forced a smile. He glanced at the silent Xiao Hua and said, "Fellow Daoist Jingting, I'm afraid this isn't your true reason, is it?" "Yes, this is a reason, but it's not the most important one." Daoist Jingting didn't quite understand the relationship between Xiao Hua and Daoist Yuan Qing, but seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak and only Daoist Yuan Qing spoke, he thought Xiao Hua didn't quite believe him. He hurriedly said, "The most important thing is that I really don't have confidence in myself. I must rely on a senior with destiny. Daoist Xiao controls the national treasure of Confucian cultivators, so you're definitely a person with great destiny. If I don't rely on Daoist Xiao, who else can I rely on?" Daoist Yuan Qing blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. I thought fellow Daoist was as afraid of death as I. Being afraid of death is naturally one of the reasons." Daoist Jingting said with a smile. Xiao Hua looked at Daoist Jingting's bowing appearance and nodded. "As early as when fellow Daoist Jingting gave me the jade box, I already promised you that I would take out something of equivalent value to the treasures inside the jade box to exchange with fellow Daoist. Since fellow Daoist wants to use his own future to exchange with me, I naturally feel ashamed to accept it." When Daoist Jingting heard this, his face was filled with ecstasy. He shouted, "State Preceptor, please accept this subordinate's bow." "Ha, fellow Daoist is too polite." Xiao Hua raised his hand and helped Daoist Jingting up. "Since you want to work for me, I will certainly not treat fellow Daoist unfairly. As long as I can give you anything, I will satisfy fellow Daoist." Daoist Yuan Qing's face showed a trace of surprise. He also said with a smile, "Congratulations, Daoist Xiao." "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Jingting, huh?" Xiao Hua was about to raise his head to answer when suddenly his eyebrows rose and he let out a cry of surprise. He immediately waved his hand and grabbed Daoist Yuan Qing and Daoist Jingting out of thin air. Without waiting for the two to speak, he dragged the two of them and rushed to the nearby sandbar. Daoist Jingting and Daoist Yuan Qing were slightly stunned. However, when their divine senses swept over the sandbar, they saw that under the blood-red brilliance, near the upper wind of the second stream, an inexplicable aura rushed out. The originally disorderly inscriptions immediately swarmed up. That aura was like a sharp blade that cut open a flaw in the defensive formation. "There's someone inside." Daoist Jingting exclaimed in a low voice and looked at Daoist Yuan Qing. The two of them looked at each other with surprise. The inscriptions were like a fountain, and the noble spirit swarmed out. This noble spirit was like an incomparably sharp flying sword, and it slashed in the air with a whooshing sound. Strands of fine texture appeared in the void, and the white clouds were turned into nothingness by these fine texture. Xiao Hua brought the two of them with him. His whole body flashed with a faint golden light. This golden light also made cracking sounds in the fine lines and shattered into pieces. However, the moment it shattered, the golden light condensed again. "Go!" Xiao Hua landed in the middle of the inscriptions and waved his hand. A ray of brilliance appeared, like a huge fist crashing into the inscriptions. Boom! Thousands of inscriptions were forcibly suppressed. The place where the aura appeared was torn apart by this fist. The aura that rushed out became more and more violent. However, just as the aura rushed out, an ear-piercing beast roar was heard from within the crack. The aura suddenly converged, and even a kind of weakness and helplessness leaked out from the aura. Demonic beast. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He made a hand seal to protect himself and the others. As his body crashed into the crack, his divine sense rushed inside. Oh. This is somewhat interesting. Xiaohua landed in the defensive formation. His divine sense had already seen the situation inside the formation clearly. His face unconsciously revealed an expression of interest. He saw that this place was several acres in size. 3 streams rushed into the sandbar, dividing the sandbar into 3 parts. And the 3 streams converged at the center of the sandbar. A layer of watery splendor rushed out from the center of the sandbar, covering a part of the sandbar. Moreover, with Xiaohua's divine sense, he had already sensed the mana fluctuations of this splendor. What was covering a part of the sandbar was actually a Daoist magic array. Looking above the sandbar, the aura that rushed out of the defensive formation came from a demonic beast that was several tens of meters in size. This demonic beast had long ears, blood-red eyes, and a 3-petaled mouth. It was very similar to an ordinary rabbit. However, this demonic beast's fur was brownish-red, and its tail was several tens of meters long. How could a rabbit compare to the bloodthirst in its eyes and the vicious aura on its huge demonic body? Below the demonic beast's body, 2 forelimbs that were like human arms were currently covered in a scarlet ring of fire. This ring of fire burned with flames that were several feet high, roasting the demonic beast's forelimbs black. A pungent smell pervaded the air. Not only that, but above the demonic beast's head, a 3-pronged trident that was more than a foot long was emitting a 3-colored brilliance that firmly covered the demonic beast's head. The demonic beast's thunderous roars could not be heard. In front of the demonic beast, there were several nascent soul cultivators who were flying in a circle in midair. The 3 at the front were forming hand seals and activating their magic treasures. The 4 at the left were holding magic treasures in their hands and coldly looking at a female cultivator wearing dark reddish-purple clothes behind the demonic beast. Xiaohua brought Daoist Yuan Qing and Daoist Jing Ting into the defensive formation. The 7 of them were immediately alerted. However, when everyone scanned them with their divine senses, they saw that the 3 people activating their magic treasures were not alarmed at all. It was as if they had just seen a passerby. On the other hand, the other 2 people were surprised but also had a trace of ridicule. Xiaohua also knew these 2 people. Weren't they the 2 cultivators that Xiaohua had met on the night before he entered Mount Yaotai and participated in the trade fair? One was Daoist Shifan, and the other was Daoist Chu. This was what they meant by enemies are bound to meet. Xiaohua could clearly see the 2 people's ridicule. His heart was unconsciously moved and he looked towards the formation below him. As for Daoist Jingting, as soon as he entered the defensive formation, he was immediately attracted by the rabbit-like demonic beast. His gaze had already fallen on the female cultivator wearing dark reddish-purple clothes. He saw that this tall female cultivator looked to be in her 20s. The purple clothes she wore accentuated her curves. The woman's appearance was elegant and she had an oval face with a small nose that was slightly raised. Her most attractive feature was her pair of eyes. The woman's eyes weren't large and were apricot-shaped. Under her thin eyelids, her flowing gaze was like water ripples. The woman's gaze swept past Xiaohua and the others. Immediately, a kind of faint sadness emerged in everyone's hearts. This sadness seemed to be a reflection of the female cultivator's unfortunate life, but it also seemed to be a kind of pity for the female cultivator. Because at this moment, the woman's face was pale and flushed. Obviously, she was injured. On top of the woman's head, a simple and unadorned jade pendant emitted a misty brilliance that firmly enveloped the woman. However, this brilliance was as thin as paper. It seemed that any random magic treasure could break through the woman's defensive magic treasure. Ayo! Seeing that another person had rushed into the defensive formation, the demonic beast opened its mouth and roared. Its body struggled with all its might and a kind of dense demonic fog sprayed out from its mouth. However, under the confinement of the trident, that dense fog couldn't reach very far. Even the demonic beast's twisting body overflowed with runes. These runes were like ropes that trapped the demonic beast. Chapter 36:20. Oh. Fellow Daoist Jingting, could it be, you know this female cultivator? Xiao Hua withdrew his gaze from the formation and turned to look at Master Daoist Jingting, asking in a low voice. When Master Daoist Jingting heard this, he hastily said, reporting to Master Daoist, I do know this female cultivator. Didn't I tell you before? I've been here many times in the past 400 years, and I've met this female cultivator twice. Her name is Li Jing, and her Daoist name is Fairy Jing. Oh. Xiao Hua looked at Master Daoist Jingting with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, it seems this Fairy Jing has the same idea as fellow Daoist Jingting. It seems so. Master Daoist Jingting looked at Fairy Jing's struggling appearance inside. Although we didn't have a deep conversation on those 2 occasions, I already sensed it. Before entering Yaotai Mountain this time, I specifically looked for her but didn't see any trace of her. I didn't expect her luck to be better than mine. Master Daoist Yuanqing said in a low voice, Master Daoist Xiao, these 7 cultivators are all mid-nascent soul stage. For that Fairy Jing to be able to confront them, her cultivation isn't low. Right now, the 2 sides are in a deadlock. If Master Daoist wants to help, then we'll immediately take action. Otherwise, we'll head into the formation to look for her. Master Daoist Jingting said with a bitter smile, that Ren Jing can only be obtained one at a time. If Fairy Jing obtains it, I'm afraid we'll have to return empty-handed. When Xiao Hua heard this, he faintly smiled and said with deep meaning, that's right. Since we've already arrived late, it's better to wait and see. Although Xiao Hua's plan was well thought out, Fairy Jing's summon immediately shattered his plans. Seeing Master Daoist Jingting whispering to Xiao Hua and the others, Fairy Jing's eyes rippled like water. She said, Master Daoist Jingting, you've also come. Master Daoist Jingting's expression changed. If it was before, he would definitely fly into a rage. After all, Fairy Jing's words, whether intentional or not, had dragged him into the vortex. But fortunately, his anger only swept away for a moment, and he immediately calmed down. Beside him was Daoist Xiao, who was of 5th grade origin power. Why should he care about the petty thoughts of others? Daoist Jingting was calm and didn't agree. The 7 cultivators surrounding him had a plan in their hearts. Everyone exchanged glances and transmitted a few words. Daoist Shifan and Daoist Chu Feng flew out. Daoist Shifan was still able to cup his hands in salute, but Daoist Chu Feng unexpectedly didn't even need to salute. He opened his mouth and said, Xiao Hua, we've already come here first. The spiritual items here are also things we want. As the proverb says, a gentleman doesn't seize another's good things. I presume that a gentleman like Daoist, who has a graceful bearing, surely won't lower himself to the level of common people like us, right? Hee. Xiao Hua laughed. He laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed. He pointed at Fairy Jing and said, the ancients have a saying that good men don't fight with women. You 7 big men actually besieged a female cultivator. Where are the manners of men? Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't attack, Master Daoist Chu sneered in his heart, but he still said, fellow Daoist Xiao is wrong. Didn't you see this demonic beast? Although this woman is a Daoist cultivator, she actually raised demonic beasts and wallowed in evil with the 1,000 demonic Saint Realm demonic beasts. Where is the dignity of a Daoist cultivator? As Daoist cultivators, we naturally have the obligation to help this lost lamb return to the right path. Daoist Yuan Qing and Daoist Jing Ting were very astonished. The two of them didn't quite understand the meaning of Master Daoist Chu Feng's words, but seeing that Xiao Hua didn't move, the two of them simply ignored him. Master Daoist Chu Feng saw that Xiao Hua and the others were only standing in the air, and he was pleased with himself. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over the formation and he nodded again. Fellow Daoist's words are very reasonable. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you guys from upholding justice for our Daoist sect. Farewell. Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Master Daoist Chu Feng raised his brows and became even more pleased. He raised his hand and gestured with a somewhat strange tone. Xiao Hua pretended to turn around, but he suddenly opened his mouth again. That's right, I heard that there's a strange treasure of Starlord Hall here. As the proverb says, treasures have no owner and only the virtuous can obtain them. I'll go take a look. I won't disturb you, will I? No, fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Master Daoist Chu Feng laughed until his stomach hurt. Beside him, Master Shifan also resisted the urge to laugh. They really didn't expect Xiao Hua to leave just like that. Of course, it couldn't be said that they didn't think about it, but they didn't dare to believe it. All right. Xiao Hua turned around with a smile, but just as his figure moved, he clapped his hand again. A gust of wind whistled and golden light gushed out from the top of his head. It transformed into a palm that was tens of meters long and grabbed at the air. He even said coldly, "Brat, one is a traitor and the other is a strong-willed person. What qualifications do you have to speak to me? Now that everyone is besieging an orphan girl, you actually speak with conviction. If I don't kill you today, when will I?" Ah. Master Daoist Chu Feng was really shocked. Although he was on guard before, he gradually let his guard down after seeing Xiao Hua being persuaded. However, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to immediately turn hostile as soon as he turned around. How was this still the pedantic cultivator in his heart? Spiritual Master Shifan was also caught off guard. By the time the two of them hurriedly formed hand seals and 2 rays of light rushed into the air to block Xiao Hua, the large hand had already grabbed down. The space within a radius of several hundred feet was controlled by Xiao Hua. The 2 hand seals rushed out like little loaches. They struggled in the air with all their might and were unable to move. Not only that, but when Xiao Hua's large hand grabbed down, the trident that had previously imprisoned the demonic beast immediately lost its brilliance and fell down. The rabbit-like demonic beast raised its head and cried out loudly. A dense demonic aura immediately gushed out and rushed toward the 3 people in front of it. At the same time, there were crackling sounds like beans being fried. One by one, jumping runes fell from the demonic beast's body. Ah! Seeing this, Fairy Jing was also stunned. However, the joy in her heart far surpassed the shock. After all, Xiao Hua was standing in front of Master Daoist Jingting. She didn't dare to climb up to Xiao Hua and could only probe Master Daoist Jingting. Unfortunately, Master Daoist Jingting didn't even pay attention to her. Clearly, he was following Xiao Hua's lead. She then looked at Xiao Hua again. Unexpectedly, he was locked in by Master Daoist Chu's words and wanted to leave after a few words. Fortunately, this Fairy Jing wasn't a scheming person. She didn't play any tricks and only used her own magic power to bitterly support herself. But at this critical moment, there was a sudden turn of events and Xiao Hua suddenly attacked. However, the power of Xiao Hua's palm was really too fierce. Fairy Jing pointed at the jade pendant above her head. The jade pendant struggled to emit a brilliance, wanting to attack the somewhat difficult opponent. However, the jade pendant in Xiao Hua's hand seemed to have sunk into a quagmire. Not only was it difficult to send out magic power, but the jade pendant itself was also difficult to move. This Master Daoist Xiao, what is his cultivation? Fairy Jing glanced at Xiao Hua with great fear. Kacha! Several crisp sounds rang out. Not only did the demonic beast break free from its shackles, but the rings on its front claws also fell off. The three attacking cultivators couldn't help but retreat a few dozen feet from the shock. It was also at this time that a fiery voice came from the array not far below them. Which bastard actually dares to break this old man's forbidden technique? Along with the voice, a black dot appeared at the center of the spell formation. The black dot quickly expanded into a vortex and a cultivator wearing black armor charged out from the vortex. A divine sense comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivators angrily swept toward them. Behind the black battle armor, several cultivators activated their own magic treasures and followed after him. Not only that, but several popping sounds rang out as tricolored bubbles also appeared on the other two parts of the formation on the sand island. Two bursts of spiritual sense that were no less powerful than the suit of black armor also swept forth from the spots where the bubbles ruptured. One of the divine senses fell on Xiao Hua and paused for a moment. Soon after, a crimson fist flickered with dark flames and smashed towards Xiao Hua without any explanation. As the fist moved, the previously angry cultivator waved his hand. Countless amounts of world yuan qi followed his gesture and condensed into a large hand. This large hand had faint black threads floating within it and whistled towards Xiao Hua. As for the third nascent soul cultivator, he seemed to be somewhat hesitant. However, as the two large hands fell, he could only point with his finger. A cloud flew out of his hand and a foot-long horsetail whisk fell from the sky. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. So it's an old acquaintance. Hua Dizhenren, did you not learn your lesson at the banquet? As Xiao Hua spoke, he flew out and activated his Fa Li. His palm, which was originally a feint, immediately changed. It flipped over like it could overturn mountains and seas, then suddenly expanded. It was like a real giant hand that flashed with golden light as it slammed towards Hua Dizhenren's giant hand. Rumble. Xiao Hua's big hand fell down and collided with the other two. The entire sky exploded with a powerful qi wave. The scarlet fist along with the dark flame was completely extinguished by Xiao Hua's attack. That blackened big hand was already imprisoned by Xiao Hua's magic power halfway. Only a faint black thread spread out like a small snake and retreated with extreme vigilance. There was also the horsetail whisk in the cloud. When the cloud was struck down by Xiao Hua, the entire horsetail whisk slightly swayed. Thousands of golden rays of light shattered Xiao Hua's little finger. Damn it. The black-armored cultivator angrily cursed and his expression changed. He slapped his hand and a foot-long iron spike appeared in his hand. He was going to use his magic power in this fierce wind. You dare! Suddenly, Xiao Hua let out an angry roar. The figure that had already landed in front of Daoist Hua suddenly flashed with lightning and retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he rubbed his hands together and countless tiny lights fell into the void. Bang, bang, bang. Following the collision of the hands of the three nascent soul cultivators, the sound of air breaking rang in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another violent sound rang out and the entire defensive formation shook. However, the center of the shaking was not between the four nascent soul cultivators, but where Xiao Hua just left. Chapter 36-21. Xiaohua was furious. He hurriedly activated the lightning escape technique and charged toward the center of the explosion at lightning speed. Moreover, countless golden threads flickered in front of him where the lightning had exploded. It was the technique Xiaohua had activated earlier. However, these golden threads were somewhat disorderly from the impact of the explosion and couldn't fall down for a long time. Only after the most powerful wave of the explosion had subsided did the golden threads disappear. Looking at the sky again, the rabbit-like demonic beast had been blasted hundreds of meters into the air. Its two ears were swaying weakly and its scarlet eyes flickered with an expression of lingering fear. Fairy Jing, who was on the demonic beast, was also deathly pale. She looked ahead regretfully. As for the four nascent soul cultivators who were attacking Fairy Jing, they had long since flown away. All of them were watching the scene with schadenfreude. In the air, Daoist Chu Feng and Daoist Shi Fan were surrounded by flickering golden threads. Daoist Chu Feng's face was as white as a sheet of paper. Daoist Shi Fan's eyes were filled with innocence. He wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Xiaohua was furious and couldn't even open his mouth. As for Daoist Yuan Qing, he was standing hundreds of meters away from the two. Half of his Daoist robe was torn and his face was dark red. His eyes were filled with a look of someone who had just escaped from death. His gaze was still fixed on the place where he had tried his best to escape. There, the unfortunate Daoist Jing Ting had already disappeared. Not to mention a corpse, not even a drop of blood could be seen. No one saw it more clearly than Daoist Yuan Qing. Just as Xiaohua retracted his hand and fled to attack the three late nascent soul cultivators, Daoist Chu Feng, who had escaped from Xiaohua's imprisonment, suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a several-inch-long rhombus-shaped object. Daoist Yuan Qing immediately felt fear and trepidation as soon as that object appeared. Immediately afterward, a rumbling sound erupted from Xiaohua's location. Daoist Yuan Qing immediately moved to attack Daoist Chu Feng, but he was still a bit too slow. Daoist Chu Feng frantically shook his hand and half of his arm turned into blood that rushed into the rhombus-shaped object. The object immediately trembled and disappeared before Daoist Yuan Qing's eyes. How could Daoist Yuan Qing not know how powerful this object was? He hurriedly fled. Daoist Jing Ting's cultivation couldn't compare to Daoist Yuan Qing's, and his scheming was even more difficult to compare. Only after Daoist Yuan Qing fled did Daoist Jing Ting come to his senses. By the time he hurriedly brought out the heaven-shaking hammer, the rhombus-shaped object had already appeared in front of his chest. Bang! Bang! The sound of air currents was the sound of the rhombus-shaped object breaking through Daoist Jing Ting's protective chi. Then, the rhombus-shaped object exploded loudly and Daoist Jing Ting's corpse was blown to smithereens. Even though Daoist Yuan Qing reacted quickly, he was still injured by this object. Not only was half of his body unable to move, but the chi and blood in his body were constantly surging and difficult to calm down. What is this thing? Why is it so powerful? It can even kill a mid-nascent soul cultivator? Daoist Yuan Qing thought to himself with lingering fear. I'm afraid, it's a destructive magic weapon specially refined by an expert related to Daoist Chu. While Daoist Yuan Qing was pondering, Xiaohua's figure had already appeared where Daoist Jing Ting was standing just a moment ago. Xiaohua merely swept over with his divine sense before he had time to look elsewhere. He heard Daoist Hua sneer behind him. You dare! Then, he saw Daoist Hua clap his hands and a fist-sized fire gourd flew into the air. A ferocious aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth rushed out of the gourd's mouth. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed, unable to restrain his anger. This matter couldn't be considered as his carelessness. He saw that Fairy Jing was able to confront three nascent soul cultivators by relying on her demonic beast and magic weapon. He only needed to break the confinement spell on the demonic beast. Then, he had Taoist Yuan Qing and Taoist Jing Ting on his side. 3 nascent soul cultivators and 1 demonic beast dealing with 7 nascent soul cultivators shouldn't be a problem. And when he saw the confinement spell on the demonic beast, he knew that there were definitely other powerful nascent soul cultivators within the array. Therefore, he broke the spell and lured them out. But Xiao Hua didn't expect Daoist Chu to actually have such a powerful magic weapon. This item was similar to the single-use magic weapon Xiao Hua refined when he was still a low-level cultivator. Moreover, this item was 100 times more powerful than Xiao Hua's. In particular, the lamentable Daoist Jing Ting was extremely unlucky. Daoist Yuan Qing was able to dodge it, but Daoist Jing Ting actually didn't react at all and was killed. Perhaps Xiao Hua would avenge Daoist Yuan Qing's death, but Daoist Jing Ting's death was something Xiao Hua must avenge. Xiao Hua simply ignored Daoist Hua's sneak attack from behind. His eyes were burning with anger as he stretched out his hand. A large illusory hand grabbed Daoist Chu and Daoist Shifan. These 2 were nascent soul cultivators, but under Xiao Hua's fury, they couldn't resist at all. Now, they were like infants in Xiao Hua's hands. The 2 revealed fear in their eyes. They did their best to open their mouths as if calling for help from Daoist Huada. But before Daoist Huada's magic weapon could fly out, pft, pft, 2 consecutive sounds rang out. The bodies of the 2 nascent soul cultivators were crushed into meat paste amidst a burst of light. Save me, save me. Following the bloody light, 2 5-foot-long nascent souls clad in armor rushed out from the meat paste. Unfortunately, the 2 nascent souls were still flashing with golden threads at this time. Xiao Hua's confinement technique didn't only imprison their bodies, it also sealed their nascent souls. Boom! As soon as the 2 nascent souls came out, they immediately produced a vast chi pillar. Layers of dense fog soared into the sky and wrapped around the nascent souls in Xiao Hua's hands. Humph! Xiao Hua sneered. He opened his already prepared left hand and the sword gourd appeared. The thing with a nose and eyes on the gourd rushed out and immediately nailed Daoist Chu's nascent soul. Swoosh swoosh. The spirit-slaying origin light flew out and turned slightly. Daoist Chu's nascent soul's head didn't fall off, but its eyes lost their spirit and the brilliance around its body was immediately extinguished. Save me, save me. Daoist Shifan's nascent soul hurriedly cried out, Daoist Xiao, this junior didn't, shut up. Xiao Hua roared and pointed at the sword gourd. The spirit-slaying origin light from the sword gourd went past Daoist Shifan and rushed towards Daoist Huada. However, a scarlet flame also flew out from Daoist Huada's fire gourd and pierced towards Xiao Hua with incomparable speed. Crackle crackle. There was another violent explosion. Hundreds of sparks splashed out from the spirit-slaying origin light and the scarlet flame. Circles of ripples rippled through the air. The group of cultivators who were originally standing behind Daoist Huada were greatly shocked and hurriedly retreated. Humph! Xiao Hua snorted coldly. He looked at Daoist Shifan in his hands and said coldly, Daoist Chu is domineering and you actually fan the flames. If he doesn't have the Tao in his heart, how can you have the Tao? Although I didn't have the intention to kill you before, I can't do anything about your repeated provocations. I had no choice but to take action. As for you, losing your physical body is also a punishment. I won't let my hands be stained with blood again. Many thanks Daoist, many thanks Daoist. Daoist Shifan's nascent soul's sharp voice was filled with pleasant surprise. However, when Xiao Hua loosened his hand and put away the Qiankuan pouch in his hands, a huge suction force with an overwhelming aura pressed down. Daoist Shifan's nascent soul was simply unable to control his body and fell down along with the mist. Daoist, save me. Daoist Shifan's nascent soul turned pale with fright and hurriedly cried out. Unfortunately, just as his voice sounded, Xiaohua's illusory hand collapsed. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua couldn't resist under the intentional arrangement of Star-Lord Hull. Xiaohua looked indifferently at the place where Daoist Shifan slowly disappeared and shook his head slightly. It's not that I don't want to save you, it's because I'm powerless to save you. With that, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at Daoist Wada with a gaze like lightning. He smiled and said, although I'm powerless to save you, I can send someone to accompany you. Xiaohua was furious, and he hated Daoist Wada in his heart. He rubbed his hands together, and golden threads entered the void again. Within a radius of 30 meters around Daoist Wada, the strange force suddenly increased, as if several earth-shattering waves were smashing down. This. Daoist Wada was shocked. He never thought that Xiaohua would actually have the strength to cast a spell while activating the sword gourd. His heart was in a mess, and the scarlet-red fire threads were already unable to block the soul execution light. Paw paw paw, like a sword-piercing bamboo, the fire threads collapsed inch by inch, and the soul execution light followed the fire threads and rushed towards Daoist Wada. Fellow Shui Ming, help me. Daoist Wada's face changed as he shouted loudly. The cultivator holding the horsetail whisk beside Daoist Wada was helpless. He raised his hand and was about to wave the horsetail whisk. At this time, Xiaohua's cold voice sounded, "This Xiao is in a bad mood right now. It's best if you don't make a move. Otherwise, this Xiao can't guarantee that this Xiao won't kill all of you, arrogant." Without waiting for the nascent soul cultivator named Shui Ming to make a move, the black-armored cultivator next to him roared. The small halberd in his hand flew out like a dragon and attacked Xiaohua. Fight! Xiaohua raised his hand and the seal of turning the sea rushed out of the space. The coiling dragon roared as it urged the seal to fall down like a mountain. Under the bronze brilliance, a terrifying aura condensed. Under this aura, the black-armored cultivator's small halberd no longer had the appearance of a dragon and was pressed down by more than a few feet. Go! When the cultivator Shui Ming saw this, his face changed slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly urged the horsetail whisk. But just as the three of them were about to fight, they suddenly heard Fairy Jing cry out involuntarily, "Jing! Fellow Daoist Jing Ting!" Xiaohua was stunned. He hurriedly scanned with his divine sense and saw a small nascent soul flickering with a faint brilliance at the edge of the formation in the distance. Looking at the nascent soul shaking its head, it seemed to be somewhat unstable. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua immediately understood. Although Daoist Master Chu's magic treasure had shattered Daoist Jing Ting's physical body, Daoist Jing Ting's luck hadn't declined to the extreme. His nascent soul had actually escaped. It was just that the nascent soul had been knocked unconscious by the huge impact and had just woken up. Chapter 36-22. Xiaohua was delighted, but he immediately shouted, "Be careful, Daoist Jingting." With that, Xiaohua ignored the other three late nascent soul stage cultivators and flew towards Daoist Jingting's nascent soul. Moreover, his divine sense displayed the magical power that he had just comprehended from the secret technique of Do Shanjun's jade pupil. It turned into an invisible big hand that stretched out, wanting to protect Daoist Jingting. Seeing Xiaohua so easily escape from the battle and treat the three of them as nothing, Daoist Wada couldn't help but bite his lips and his eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Shwa! Just as Daoist Wada wanted to make a move, thousands of blood-colored rays of light fell from the top of the defensive formation and quickly covered the four cultivators who had previously besieged Fairy Jing. The four cultivators couldn't struggle at all and immediately disappeared into the rays of light. Forget it. Daoist Huada looked at Xiao Hua's sword gourd floating in the air and the condensed soul-slaying origin light. He smiled coldly and looked at the black-armored cultivator. The two nodded slightly and their figures shot into the sky and also disappeared. Alas! The cultivator Shui Ming seemed to want to wait for a while, but the rays of light hit his face and a huge force that even a late nascent soul stage cultivator couldn't resist came. He couldn't help but rush into the rays of light. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he didn't dare to use his magic power to disturb the defensive formation of Star-Lord Hall. He only dared to use the divine ability he had just comprehended and never used. However, he was still too late. Without waiting for the hand formed by his spiritual sense to fall, a thick fog suddenly rose and a pillar of vast qi came crashing down. Daoist Jingting's nascent soul hadn't woken up yet and was sucked into it in a moment. The nascent soul only had time to scream before it disappeared. Boom! The nascent soul had just disappeared, but the thick fog didn't dissipate. The vast qi pillar seemed to have been hit by a huge fist and broke into two with a boom. After the wind whistled, Xiao Hua's figure appeared there with a very angry and regretful expression on his face. Staring at the place where Daoist Master Jing Ting's nascent soul disappeared, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed tightly. He had already seen this kind of strange situation before, but he didn't notice anything strange at all, so it was impossible for him to see anything strange now. If he had never seen Xian Songzi, perhaps he would be like ordinary cultivators and think that Star-Lord Hall was protecting the Taoist cultivators. He would wait until the Yao Tai meeting to find Jinren Jingting. However, Xian Songzi's Yuanying and the two Yuanying whose primordial spirits were erased reminded him that the Confucian cultivators would not kill the physical bodies of these three Yuanying cultivators for no reason. If the emperor of a country had such an intention, Star-Lord Hall would have even more. Of course, even if this was really a method used by the Star-Lord Hall to protect their nascent souls, Xiao Hua still had to get to the bottom of it. He had to kill the nascent souls of Reverend Chu and Reverend Xiangtian. He absolutely couldn't let them escape. Daoist Master. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a timid voice came from not far away. It was Fairy Jing who had collected her demon beast and flew over. Yes. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over Fairy Jing. He nodded slightly with an indifferent expression on his face. Fairy Jing reached into her bosom and took out a jade box. She handed it over respectfully and said in a low voice, "This is the Ren Jing I obtained from the Shazhou's formation. Senior must have come for it. I caused Daoist Jingting's death and also received Daoist Master's help. I have nothing to repay you with." Yes, Xiao Hua declined to comment. He beckoned with his hand and the jade box fell into his hand. Looking at the restrictions and talismans covering the box, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a beam of sword light fell. All the restrictions were broken. Fairy Jing's heart skipped a beat as she saw this. She secretly rejoiced at her own actions. Contrary to Fairy Jing's expectations, Xiao Hua opened the jade box and saw the so-called Ren Jing inside. An expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry appeared on his face. He then raised his head and asked, "Li Jing, are you sure this is the Ren Jing of the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and Ren Jing?" "What? Could it be that this isn't a Ren Jing?" Fairy Jing was also stunned. Looking at the spirit fruit that looked like half a gourd, she asked curiously, "This Ren Jing is thin at the top and thick at the bottom. Isn't it a nurturing essence? If this isn't a Ren Jing, then what is it?" "Oh." Hearing Fairy Jing's words, Xiao Hua was slightly absent-minded. It seemed that a long time ago, there was a woman called Kaizhuxia who said to him, "Daoist Xiao, look. That mother-child spirit fruit is thin at the top and thick at the bottom. Isn't it a nurturing infant? That's why it's called mother-child spirit fruit. Daoist Xiao." At this moment, Daoist Master Yuan Qing transmitted his voice from the distant sky. The defensive formation is about to be sealed by Star Lord Hole. Daoist Xiao should quickly follow this multicolored light out of the defensive formation. Hearing this, Xiao Hua looked up. Sure enough, there was no one else in the sky except for Daoist Master Yuan Qing. The blood-red multicolored light had already filled the sky and was about to approach Daoist Master Yuan Qing. Daoist Master Yuan Qing, you go first. I'll be right there. Xiao Hua thoughtfully glanced at Daoist Master Yuan Qing. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted his voice again. Daoist Master Yuan Qing naturally knew that Xiao Hua needed this Ren Jing, so he didn't delay any longer. His figure flew up and disappeared into the multicolored light. Daoist Xiao. Fairy Jing said with a smile, ever since I saw this item in the Sand Province, I've been looking for ancient records. Finally, I found the source. The records in the ancient records are exactly the same as this item. There should be no mistake. What do you want this item for? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Jing with narrowed eyes and asked very abruptly. A trace of sorrow appeared on Fairy Jing's face, but it was instantly washed away by the water-like mist. She said in a low voice, "This is my secret. I hope Daoist Xiao can understand." Xiao Hua nodded and extended his hand. "Give me the jade eye that records how to use this item." This. Fairy Jing was somewhat hesitant, but after a moment of hesitation, she obediently handed over a black cloud eye to Xiao Hua. "I want this black cloud eye. Presumably, you've already made a copy of the records inside." Xiao Hua took the black cloud eye and closed the jade box. He threw it to Fairy Jing and said, "I have no use for this item. You can keep it for yourself." Ah! Fairy Jing was truly overjoyed. She took the jade box with some disbelief. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and go. If you're stopped by Daoist Master Huade and the others, you can say that I took the Ren Jing." Many thanks, Daoist Xiao." Fairy Jing was even more delighted. She quickly received the jade box and bowed. Xiao Hua waved his hand and suddenly asked, "Right, what's the name of your demonic beast?" Fairy Jing was taken aback. She didn't dare to hide anything and hastily replied, "Its name is Yinghua." Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. What a fierce name. No wonder its aura is so fierce. Fairy Jing looked at the light above her head and clapped her hand. She took out a jade slip and gave it to Xiao Hua. She said, "Daoist Xiao, this is where Junior's cave is located. Junior's strength can't compare to Daoist Xiao's, but I'm in charge of a small country close to the coast. There are often cultivators and Confucian scholars hunting the demons that escape from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. If Senior is interested in demonic beasts, Junior will welcome you." Okay. Xiao Hua smiled and took the jade slip. He waved his sleeve and said, "You should go as well." Yes, Fairy Jing didn't know why Xiao Hua didn't leave, but she didn't dare to ask. She flew into the light. After Fairy Jing left, Xiao Hua said, "Green-robed Daoist, did you notice something?" A voice came from above Xiao Hua's head. It was the formless nascent soul controlled by green-robed Xiao Hua. "Let me tell you, fellow Daoist. When I control our nascent souls and leave our bodies, there will be a faint suction force. It's as if a ferocious tiger is watching us from afar. I can sense it. As long as I control my nascent soul to leave your body, the suction force will reveal its teeth at any time. As fellow Daoist already saw, this suction force isn't something you and I can deal with right now." Green-robed Xiao Hua's voice was a bit distant. He seemed to be thinking about something. However, although this suction force is powerful, my nascent soul and my body are protected by the power of heaven and earth. This protection is the fundamental reason why the suction force can't appear. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the increasingly diffusing blood-red light. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, we don't have much time. Do you have any ability to help I rescue Daoist Jingting?" "No." Green-robed Xiaohua answered decisively, "When I encountered this huge suction force and I saw the abnormality, I already started to investigate the secret technique. According to I's feeling, and I's discussion with fellow Daoist Confucian, I feel that this is a huge defensive formation, but we can't be sure. At the same time, this defensive formation is definitely not something you and I can break with our current cultivation levels." Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of severity. He said again, "So, this is the work of Star-Lord Hull. The problem is..." Green-robed Xiaohua sneered, "This Jade Pavilion gathering is the work of Star-Lord Hull. It's only logical that there is a defensive formation that can kill nascent soul cultivators." "That's right." Xiaohua touched his chin with his hand and nodded slightly. "This is what the secular people say, Shou Yu beats Huang Gai, one is willing to beat and the other is willing to suffer." "Shou Yu? Huang Gai?" Green-robed Xiaohua was stunned. "Who is this? Was it written in the books of Confucian cultivators? It's just a ruse of self-injury. There's no gimmick even if it's exposed." Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. His thoughts turned rapidly. After all, it was his idea to come to the defensive formation in Shazhou. Moreover, when he saw that Renjing was a mother-child spirit fruit, he was extremely regretful. If he hadn't taken things for granted and didn't ask more questions, he would have known the truth about Renjing before entering the defensive formation. Then, Daoist Jingting might not have had to follow him to this defensive formation and Daoist Jingting might not have fallen. Especially since Daoist Jingting had already pledged allegiance to Xiaohua and placed his future on Xiaohua. He even entrusted his safety at the Jade Pavilion gathering to Xiaohua. Moreover, if it weren't for his grudges with Daoist Chu, Daoist Jingting wouldn't have fallen. All kinds of intricate karma made Xiaohua feel that he couldn't not save Daoist Jingting's nascent soul. Chapter 36-23. When Green-robed Xiaohua heard this, he laughed coldly and said, "Let them beat you, but don't accidentally kill them." However, at this point, Green-robed Xiaohua's face suddenly showed a shocked expression and he hastily looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally also thought of what Green-robed Xiaohua was thinking. In a flash, Xiaohua also cried out, "Not good. This Star-Lord Hall is so brazenly intercepting and killing nascent soul cultivators. If it wasn't their usual practice, then, they definitely have the intention to kill. The number of cultivators that can survive from Yaotai Mountain definitely won't exceed 10, no, maybe more than 20. It wasn't that Xiaohua hadn't thought about this before, but now that he thought about it, he immediately understood the essence of the matter and a chill ran down his spine. That Star-Lord Hall's Hall Master is a cultivator at the peak of the 5th grade of essence energy. If he makes a move, you and I won't be his match." Green-robed Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, you have to think of a way. Why did you jump into this pit of fire? There's no need to talk about the bloodstains on the top of your head, they're even more life-threatening means. As long as you fall into them, there's only a slim chance of survival." Xiaohua looked at the approaching blood-colored light and said indifferently, "I'm afraid you and I will have to risk our lives this time." "That's easy to say," Green-robed Xiaohua sneered. "Even if fellow Daoist wants to risk his life, where will you find Kong Hongwu?" Green-robed Xiaohua had just finished speaking when he immediately became vigilant again and hastily called out, fellow Daoist. Don't think of something outrageous. Daoist Master Jingting admittedly did it because of you and me, but at that time was rather tight. Fellow Daoist couldn't have asked about Ren Jing's secret in front of a group of cultivators. Moreover, when fellow Daoist fought against Daoist Master Huida, didn't you also release that demonic beast called Inghua? Daoist Master Jingting's death can't be blamed on you or me. It's because his luck was really too bad. Green-Robe Xiaohua was exonerating Xiaohua. What he said was naturally the truth. Nothing in this world was perfect. When regret was born, even if there were thousands of reasons, what use would it be? After the green-robed Xiaohua gave a few more reasons, he simply shut his mouth and didn't say a word. Fellow Daoist. Xiaohua saw that the green-robed Xiaohua wasn't speaking, so he said, not to mention that Master Daoist Jingting died for us, just this defensive formation, this is Star Lord Hall's killing intent. If we don't find any flaws in the defensive formation, how can we escape from it? Although you and I have already obtained the Imperial Tutor's lot, do you think that Kong Hongwu will let off the act of killing a Star Lord? For the sake of our survival, we will also turn this Yaotai banquet upside down. All right. The green-robed Xiaohua nodded and said, as you wish, I also know that what you think is reasonable. But, fellow Daoist, can't you go by yourself? Why did you ask I to go? There's also the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, the dragon vein Xiaohua, and so on. Xiaohua didn't answer. A moment later, the green-robed Xiaohua's dispirited voice rang out, sigh, I knew it. The first person to eat crabs won't have a good end. I only wore a nascent soul Daoist robe, how did I get into this kind of trouble? Fellow Daoist, if I can't come back, you have to burn paper for I on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month as a sacrifice to I's soul. Thank you for sacrificing yourself for us, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Actually, if something happens to fellow Daoist, I'm afraid that I might not be able to leave this Yaotai mountain. If I can leave, I will definitely burn paper for you. Baldy. At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua shouted again, I'm going. If something happens, you have to recite Buddhist scriptures for me. It's best if you use Buddhist magic to summon me back. Even if I can't be free and unfettered on top, I will still go down to accompany Shue. Damn it, go quickly. Xiaohua's nose was about to become crooked. This was what he was thinking at the bottom of his heart, and all of a sudden, the green-robed Xiaohua said it out loud. However, the green-robed Xiaohua clenched his teeth and flew into the air. Although the suction force was much stronger than before, the natural suction force on Xiaohua's body was even stronger. Moreover, the thick fog and the vast energy pillar were still unable to form. Fellow Daoist, you see, your plan is not appropriate. The green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed and flew back to the top of Xiaohua's head. I have a good character, even the heavens are not willing to let I take risks. Change into a Daoist robe. Xiaohua didn't say anything further and let Dragon Vein Xiaohua take out the mountain river seal, taking out the 2 nascent souls he obtained outside of the Yaotai mountain from his dantian. Boom! The vast energy pillar rumbled and a thick fog suddenly appeared. The suction force was like a trapped beast that instantly rushed in front of him. Send them back to the dantian, let I choose properly. The green-robed Xiaohua was unexpectedly picky. Okay, but fellow Daoist doesn't have time. If I leave with the blood-colored light and fellow Daoist is received by the Imperial formation, I'm afraid you will be separated from Daoist Jingting's nascent souls. Xiaohua hurriedly sent the 2 nascent souls back to his dantian. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out the soaring dragon shears and said, This is for you to protect yourself. The green-robed Xiaohua urged the nascent souls to return to his lower dantian. Xiaohua's mind also entered with the soaring dragon shears. The green-robed Xiaohua pondered for a moment and found a mid-stage nascent soul shell to enter. The entire nascent soul's body flickered with a faint radiance. In a moment, the originally lightless eyes revealed expression. Then, layers of strange runes emerged from the depths of the nascent soul's body. Following the radiance covering the surface of the nascent soul's body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. The runes cracked quite a bit and cracks appeared on the nascent soul's legs and hands. The green-robed Xiaohua said helplessly, "Alas, this Daoist robe doesn't fit. Fellow Daoist, please bear with it." The Jade Archive Xiaohua handed over the soaring dragon shears and urged, "The multicolored light is about to arrive. The soaring dragon shears is a sharp weapon, you should keep it for yourself." The green-robed Xiaohua stretched out his hand, "Give me the IC mirror. Oh, also, take a look at Daoist Shifan and Daoist Chu Fang's Qinkuan pouch. See who has the other Kunlun mirror." The Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned slightly and put away the soaring dragon shears. He stretched out his hand and the IC mirror was sent out. Then, he took out the mirror that was very similar to the Kunlun mirror from Daoist Shifan's Qinkuan pouch. The green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth and a beam of multicolored light landed on the IC mirror. The IC mirror followed the multicolored light and flew into the green-robed Xiaohua's mouth. When the multicolored light landed on the mirror trembled twice and didn't fly away. "Demon child, give me a drop of essence blood," the green-robed Xiaohua shouted. Unfortunately, no essence blood appeared in his dantian. "Damn it!" the green-robed Xiaohua cursed. The Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a drop of essence blood fell onto the mirror. When the essence blood merged into the mirror, the green-robed Xiaohua held the mirror with his hand. It was like an ordinary nascent soul holding their own life magic treasure. At this moment, his dantian shook slightly. The Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that the multicolored light had fallen and he was about to be sucked into the blood-red light. Also, the green-robed Xiaohua was still haggling at this moment. "Give me one of your dual-colored spirit flames. Aren't you unable to use that thing?" the Jade Archive Xiaohua asked curiously. "Of course not in the past. Now that I have been tempered by the 5 Qi righteous thunder and have the secret technique of a Mahayana realm cultivator, of course I can." The green-robed Xiaohua smiled slyly. The Jade Archive Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that under the 5 Qi righteous thunder, his primordial spirit would have an unexpected change. However, he couldn't haggle over anything at this moment. He pointed his finger and a red and yellow spirit flame appeared in front of the green-robed Xiaohua. The green-robed Xiaohua's face became cautious. He opened his mouth and the spirit flame slowly fell into his body. The entire nascent soul trembled violently as if it was about to collapse. The Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand, but in the end, he put it away. He could help the green-robed Xiaohua inside his body, but if he left his dantian, he still couldn't help him. "Dao. Fellow Daoist, quickly send I out." The green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth and flames rushed out from his mouth and nose. "Okay." The Jade Archive Xiaohua hurriedly flew out of his dantian with the green-robed Xiaohua. At this time, the Imperial Formation was already covered in a blood-red color. Just when Xiaohua's body was about to touch the multicolored light and disappear, boom. The righteous qi fell and a thick fog was also born. A huge suction force pulled the green-robed Xiaohua and Xiaohua's body stopped there. What kind of bullshit fire is this? How can it be so powerful? The green-robed Xiaohua struggled to maintain his nascent soul that was on the verge of collapse. The righteous qi fell and tightly wrapped around the nascent soul, but it also helped the green-robed Xiaohua. Seeing the thick fog cover the green-robed Xiaohua, Xiaohua saw the green-robed Xiaohua spit out flames from his mouth onto the mirror in his hand. It seemed like he was going to use the spirit flame to refine it. When he saw this, the green-robed Xiaohua's body disappeared. When the suction force disappeared, Xiaohua's body also disappeared in the blood-red multicolored light. The suction force within the blood-red multicolored light was extremely strong. Moreover, when the multicolored light landed around Xiaohua, it immediately condensed layers of inscriptions. These inscriptions were like blood-red armor that completely covered Xiaohua. Countless poems and articles flowed within the inscriptions, giving birth to an unspeakable imprisonment. This imprisonment was like thorns that deeply pierced into Xiaohua's skin. Even though his body was as strong as a demon's body, most of his magic power was still imprisoned, making him unable to struggle at all. What was special was that these inscriptions isolated spiritual sense, Buddhist sense and soul sense. Xiaohua could only see the inscriptions unceasingly flowing in front of him. It was as if he was at the bottom of the sea. His entire body was supported by the multicolored light and shot up like an arrow. Although Xiaohua's spiritual sense and other divine abilities were unable to be used, Xiaohua was not in a hurry. This was because he could still sense the danger of the green-robed Xiaohua's pillar of righteous qi. Currently, the green-robed Xiaohua had already passed through the most dangerous stage. Under the imprisonment of the defensive formation, he was using the uncontrollable spirit flame to refine the ice-deadly mirror. However, the defensive formation seemed to be at the very bottom of the Yaotai mountain. The green-robed Xiaohua had been traveling in the thick fog for a long time without any signs of stopping. Suddenly, Xiaohua frowned. His perception of the green-robed Xiaohua suddenly began to weaken. Not good. Xiaohua immediately knew that something was wrong. This was because he had already encountered this kind of perception when he was in the Dawn Rain continent. It was when his Phoenix Dharma body fell into the void. However, at that time, his perception was abruptly cut off. Chapter 36-24. Although Xiaohua knew that the situation was not good, what could he do now that he was here? However, it was also strange. Not long after, the perception became stronger again. Xiaohua could actually feel the uneasiness of the green-robed Xiaohua. As Xiaohua rushed into the sky, the perception became intermittent. When the inscriptions in front of Xiaohua's eyes gushed out like a fountain, a burst of light and darkness intertwined. The green-robed Xiaohua was like a kite with a broken string, and there was no news of him. Damn it! Xiaohua bit his lip and thought to himself, I have to throw a meat bun at a dog for no reason, and I can't come back. I don't know when the Phoenix Dharma body will come back, and this green-robed Xiaohua is also lost. I hope this defensive formation isn't as heartless as this Xiao thought. Of course, although Xiaohua couldn't sense the green-robed Xiaohua's location, it was his primordial spirit after all, so there was a kind of indistinct feeling. He vaguely knew that the green-robed Xiaohua wasn't in danger at this time. Collecting his thoughts, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked around. He saw that this was a blood-red space, or it could be said that it was like a sky filled with sunset clouds. Xiaohua's surroundings seemed to be misty and boundless, but there was nothing, no matter if it was a mountain peak, clouds, or cultivators. Moreover, although the inscriptions around Xiaohua's body had already disappeared, his divine sense, Buddhist sense, and soul sense still couldn't leave his body. This caused him to be at a loss. After all, in the previous dangerous situation, if his divine sense or Buddhist sense were restricted, his soul sense could always be used, no matter if it was far or near. This gave Xiaohua something to rely on in dangerous situations. He had never encountered a defensive formation that even restricted soul sense. However, facing this blood-red sky, Xiaohua always had a kind of vague familiarity in his heart. It was a kind of feeling like he had returned home. Ouch! Xiaohua urged his magic power and flew for a while. Suddenly, he had a kind of realization, this is the void. Good. After Xiaohua understood, he looked around and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Star-Lord Hall really spent a lot of money. I don't know how much they spent, but they actually set up a defensive formation in the void. Since we are in the void, so what if I don't use my spirit sense? Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped abruptly. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Green light flashed between his eyebrows, and he was about to use his heavenly eye connection. But at this moment, a breeze suddenly blew by his side, and Xiaohua couldn't help but move to the side. This movement didn't matter, but Xiaohua's body suddenly tightened, as if he was bound by a rope. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, but before he could urge his magic power to struggle, the force suddenly disappeared again. After flowing light and vibrant colors flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes, another scene appeared before his eyes. This was a similarly blood-red sky, but this blood-red sky was dotted with brilliant stars. These stars were of different brightness and even moved from time to time. What was special was that in the midst of these thousands of stars, a huge meteor with a tail was especially dazzling. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could take a few more glances, boom! A strong sound broke through the air from behind Xiaohua's head, and a force more violent than a thunderbolt covered Xiaohua's entire body. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, and with a shake of his hand, the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Without turning his head, he waved it in the direction of the sound, and at the same time, he roared, "Where did this little thief come from? How dare you sneak attack me? Woo!" The wishful steel staff crossed the sky, setting off endless waves of air. The sneak attack hadn't fallen yet, but it had already collided with the waves of air of the wishful steel staff. Paw paw paw. The sound of explosions was endless. Bang! The two magic treasures finally collided together, and the sound produced resounded through the sky. Xiaohua stood steadily in midair like a boulder, and slowly turned around. The expression on his face was gloomy to the point of being frightening. Looking behind him, a figure was flying swiftly in midair. That figure was unbalanced, and his right hand was still dragging a halberd at an angle. Moreover, near the left side of this figure, two late Yuanying stage cultivators were flying rapidly, flanking Xiaohua from both sides. Similarly, behind these cultivators, there were dozens of early Yuanying stage cultivators surrounding Xiaohua. "All of you, what are you doing?" Xiaohua's roar was like a thunderclap, his eyes flashing with fury. He came to the Jade Pavilion meeting to win the lot of the Imperial Preceptor, and he also wanted to help Jiang country establish a country, so that he could establish a Dao sect and prosper it. However, he had not yet established a country, and he had only taken one step in the journey of 100 miles. Not only did he encounter the obstruction of many Confucian cultivators, but he was also schemed against by the Dao sect cultivators. He was not afraid of the Confucian cultivators, after all, they were enemies, but the Dao sect cultivators frequently plotted against him, which really made Xiaohua's heart cold. Now that he saw dozens of Yuanying stage cultivators not killing the Confucian cultivators, but besieged by others to besiege him, Xiaohua suddenly felt his blood turn cold. He reflected on it a little. He didn't know if his previous thoughts were correct, and he didn't know if everything he planned for the Dao sect was worth it. People, maybe it's better to be selfish. There is a saying that one must first settle the internal affairs. There is indeed some truth. Under Xiaohua's roar, naturally no one would answer. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, just like that day in the Black Wind Ridge. He only looked indifferently at the group of Yuanying stage cultivators hurriedly setting up the formation, and there was no movement to escape at all. Xiaohua's calmness made Hua Dezhinren, who wanted to urge his magic weapon to stop Xiaohua from escaping, calm down. As for Xiaohua's right, it was the nascent soul cultivator called Shui Ming. He still had the attitude of an expert, and his steps were half a beat slower. However, he still blocked the direction of Xiaohua's escape. After the formation was completed, Hua Dezhinren slowly flew out and said coldly, "Xiaohua, you should obediently accept your punishment. Let me ask you, you are a Confucian cultivator. Why did you sneak into my Dao sect cultivators? It's not easy for us to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting, but you still want to come in and participate. Did you receive a secret order from the Star Lord Hall to kill us Dao sect cultivators?" Xiaohua's chin was slightly raised as he looked at Hua Dezhinren with a face full of disdain. However, he then looked at the cultivator behind Hua Dezhinren and said, "Old thief Hua De, if you want to commit a crime, why worry about the pretext? What did this Xiao do for you to pin such a huge crime on this Xiao's head? I, Xiaohua, have said it clearly at your banquet. I, Xiaohua, have set up a blood monument in the Seven Sons Temple of the Copper Pillar State. I, Xiaohua, have killed the Copper Pillar State Preceptor, killed the Copper Pillar Prime Minister, and even helped Jiang country to establish a country. I, Xiaohua, have come here for the Imperial Preceptor's signature. There is no conflict of interest with you. As for what you said about the Confucian cultivator's spy, I, Xiaohua, find it laughable. I, Xiaohua, have told you clearly that I, Xiaohua, seem to have cultivated a Confucian cultivation technique, but this does not mean that I, Xiaohua, am a Confucian cultivator. Moreover, on the hidden immortal continent, I don't know how many Dao sect cultivators have Confucian cultivation techniques. If you use this to speak, the entire hidden immortal continent's Dao sect. I'm afraid there aren't many real cultivators. What's the use of saying all this?" Hua Dezhinren sneered, "No one will admit it at this time. Seeing how sincere you are, you must have worked hard in the Copper Pillar State. How about this, you only need to seal your cultivation. When this old man investigates your background, we'll return your innocence. With just you." Xiaohua's face revealed an incomparable sneer. Alas! Immediately after, Xiaohua looked at the nearby cultivators with indifference, schadenfreude, ridicule, and sympathy on their faces. He sighed and said loudly, "You are all Dao sect cultivators. Your hearts are the same as Xiaohua's. Xiaohua knows that you are forced by the situation and have no choice but to submit to power. Now, Xiaohua will give you all a chance." Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua paused for a moment and said slowly, "Now, if you all leave, this old man will not bicker with you all. If this old man counts to 10 and you all are still here, then, don't blame this old man for being ruthless." After waiting for a moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, 10, ha ha ha. Not only Hua Dezhinren laughed, but the black-armored cultivator next to him also raised his head and laughed. He pointed the long halberd in his hand and said, "Fellow cultivator Hua De, now this old man really believes what you said. This kid is really arrogant. The matter of the Seven Sons Temple setting up the blood steel seems to be true. Only such an arrogant person can do such a thing." 9. Xiaohua ignored him and kept counting with his hands behind his back. "Fellow cultivator Ao is wrong," Hua Dezhinren said with a smile. "His arrogance is deliberately mystifying. He is only a mid-nascent soul cultivator. How dare he set up a blood steel in the country of Confucian cultivators? Any normal Dao sect cultivator can't do such a thing that Confucian cultivators are afraid of. Who would be so reckless as to cause trouble for themselves? Other than trying to cover up and attract our attention and treat him as a real Dao sect cultivator, this old man can't think of any other possibility. Is this guy stalling? The cultivator surnamed Ao frowned and looked at Hua Dezhenren. Hua Dezhenren pretended to think, looked up and down, and shook his head slightly. This old man doesn't think so. If he is stalling, then he is waiting for the Star Lord Palace's help. But if the Star Lord Palace makes a move, he will be useless. 8. Xiao Hua still said. Hua Dezhenren looked up and said, Shui Mingzi, what do you think? Shui Mingzi waved his horsetail whisk in the air and said with a smile, don't ask this old man. You and Ao Zhantian can decide. 7. Forget it. Ao Zhantian put away the halberd in his hand and said coldly, this old man was going to make a move. Then, this old man will see what this guy is going to do. Among the fellow Taoists near this old man, how many of them are wavering? 6. This old man thinks so too. Hua Dezhenren also looked to the left. The nascent soul cultivators who met his gaze all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. These cultivators didn't do that under Xiao Hua's gaze. Clearly, in the face of power, the so-called conscience was worthless. 5, 4, 3, in the air, only Xiao Hua's voice could be heard. Everyone was waiting there quietly. It was as if they were watching a joke, and also as if they were waiting for the verdict. 2. Chapter 36-25. Seeing that the number 1 is about to arrive, an older cultivator's expression slightly changes. He opens his mouth and yells, Junior is not talented. I came to the Jade Pavilion gathering to look for treasures, not to kill Daoist cultivators. Regardless of whether Xiao Hua is a Daoist cultivator or not, it has nothing to do with Junior. With that, the cultivator hurriedly flies several feet away, trying to break out of the encirclement. Damn it! Hua Dezhenren roars, Xiong Yi, you dare to embarrass me. With that, Hua Dezhenren waves his hand. A fire shuttle of several inches in size falls in the air, turning into a stream of light and stabs at the cultivator. Before the fire shuttle reaches the cultivator, its monstrous ferocious aura has already enveloped the cultivator Xiong Yi in a radius of several dozen feet. Xiong Yi is shocked. He is only an early nascent soul cultivator. How can he withstand the anger of a late nascent soul cultivator? He also didn't expect that Hua Dezhenren would be so shameless as to kill him in front of everyone. 1. Xiao Hua says coldly. His gaze is like lightning, and his voice is so cold that it can penetrate the bones. Except for Xiong Yi, you, from now on, are not yourselves. While speaking, Xiao Hua rubs his hands. Rumble, a bolt of lightning as thick as a child's arm appears out of thin air, hitting the fire shuttle of Hua Dezhenren. This time, Xiao Hua is really angry. This bolt of lightning contains a huge force. Just this one bolt of lightning immediately cleaves the entire fire shuttle down from the air, causing several cracks to appear on the surface of the fire shuttle. How is this possible? Hua Dezhenren is shocked. This defensive formation can't use divine sense. How can you use this lightning technique? Xiao Hua doesn't pay attention to Hua Dezhenren and whispers in his heart, fellow Daoist, where are you? Hey, why did you call me? Xiao Hua seems to be unhappy. This is your Daoist matter. What does it have to do with me? Fellow Daoist's nascent soul. I'm afraid it's not easy for me to control it. I understand. But in a moment, you have to help. Xiao Hua understands and doesn't force Xiao Hua. He sends him back to his Dantian and says to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, fellow Daoist, can you control your nascent soul? It's finally I's turn. Let I have a try. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was overjoyed and rushed into his lower Dantian. He saw that the Yuaning was emitting an intense golden brilliance. The originally nebula-shaped formless body actually transformed into the shape of a dragon. Rumble. As soon as Dragon Vane Xiaohua rode his nascent soul out of the space, he immediately waved his dragon claw and several bolts of lightning thicker than buckets fell down in the shape of a dragon. It was precisely aimed at the two early nascent soul stage cultivators. Those two cultivators were already prepared for battle and hastily activated their magic treasures. Unfortunately, they only heard two blood-curdling screams. Two magic treasures that had been tempered for who knows how many years were actually split into pieces by the lightning. Oh! Not to mention that Huadijinren and the others were so shocked that their eyeballs were about to fall out, even Xiaohua himself was abnormally surprised. His own nascent soul has a thunder core. Although he can't release his divine sense in this defensive formation, he can still control the heavenly thunder. This is his unique ability, but he never thought that Dragon Vane Xiaohua's lightning controlling technique is actually more powerful than his main body's. However, Xiaohua immediately understood. He used a Dao sect spell to activate his nascent soul, or it was due to the instinct of the thunder core. This Dragon Vane Xiaohua not only used a Dao sect spell, but also because of the national artifact, Mountain River Seal, he can also control the 5 Qi Thunder. Presumably, the power of the 5 Qi Thunder in the defensive formation laid down by this Confucian cultivator is even more ferocious than the Dao sect's lightning power. Old thief Huide, give me your life. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He clapped his hand and the sword gourd rushed out. At the mouth of the sword gourd, something with a nose and eyes appeared. The execution spirit Yuan light soared into the sky and slashed towards Huadijinren. Huadijinren was even more surprised. After all, Xiaohua's lightning controlling technique is still activated. This lightning controlling technique is facing dozens of nascent soul cultivators. The cultivation of these nascent soul cultivators is not much different from Xiaohua's cultivation on the surface. Xiaohua can fight against dozens of nascent soul cultivators. What cultivation is that? Moreover, Xiaohua still has the strength to use the execution spirit Yuan light while dealing with dozens of nascent soul cultivators. Huadijinren's intestines are already green with regret. However, at this time, it is useless to say more. Huadijinren shouted, "Fellow cultivators, form the formation and attack together." Following Daoist Huada's order, a group of cultivators that were battered by the heavenly thunder quickly waved their hands and took out their life treasures. They looked at each other and activated their treasures at the same time. Hum. 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 This was an all-out attack from dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators. Although their divine sense was restricted within the defense formation and their nascent soul hand magic arts could not be used, this attack was still far beyond what a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator could withstand. Even a late nascent soul stage cultivator like Huadijinren could avoid the attack temporarily before attacking again. Unfortunately, they are facing Xiaohua. Look at Xiaohua. When dozens of nascent soul cultivators are attacking, he is not nervous at all. He doesn't even look at them and only activates the execution spirit Yuan light to attack Huadijinren. Huadijinren knows the power of the execution spirit Yuan light and also knows that he has to hold Xiaohua back while waiting for the dozens of nascent soul cultivators to attack together. Therefore, the fire gourd in his hand that he has already prepared also flew out. Red flames flashed and first a lotus sprayed above Hua Dezhenren's head, protecting him. The white light released by the sword gourd was immediately stopped by the fire lotus. Then, the fire gourd rushed out a line of fire to meet the execution spirit Yuan light. Although he has made so many preparations, Hua Dezhenren's heart is still uneasy. Almost at the same time, he called out again, "Fellow Daoist Shui Ming, fellow Daoist Jiantian, come help me." Hearing Hua Dezhenren's call, Shui Ming and Ao Jiantian both hesitated. After all, in the previous discussion, Hua Dezhenren was the leader. The two of them are both late nascent soul cultivators. How can they put down their pride and attack a mid-nascent soul cultivator together with Hua Dezhenren? Especially Shui Ming, who originally didn't want to get involved in Hua Dezhenren's matter. However, he was a bit soft-hearted and reluctantly agreed. Now, Daoist Hua De actually ordered two people to besiege Xiaohua, forming a three-man pincer attack on Xiaohua. How could they not think about this? However, at this time, the dozens of nascent soul treasures formed a ring of light that flew into the air and sealed Xiaohua's surroundings. The two of them sighed and looked at each other. Shui Ming raised the horsetail whisk in his hand and thousands of strands of silk flew out and fell on the ring of light like rain towards Xiaohua. As for Ao Jiantian, he let out a loud roar and the small halberd that was cracked by Xiaohua transformed into a dragon again. It roared and flew towards Xiaohua from another direction. The two of them had the intention of watching the show and blindly joining in. However, they didn't expect that such an unintentional action would decide their fate. Paw paw paw. Violent sounds rang out. Under the powerful sealing force, the spirit execution vital light and the flame strands of the fire gourd were suppressed. However, their movements were still not small. The dozens of nascent soul treasures were only a few dozen feet away from Xiaohua. Even a cultivator of the 5th grade of nascent soul wouldn't be able to survive if struck by these treasures. A sinister smile appeared on Hua Dezhenren's face. He quickly changed the hand seals in his hand and a streak of flame shot into the fire gourd. The fire gourd's flame dimmed and the strands of flame retreated. The spirit execution vital light took advantage of the situation and slashed towards Hua Dezhenren. Rumble. At this critical moment, a golden light flashed above Xiaohua's head. Then, a similar ring of heavenly lightning flashed. A faint 5-colored aura was born from the void. Moreover, outside of the heavenly lightning, one could see the traces of a majestic pillar of energy. Ru! Hua Dezhenren involuntarily cried out. Then, a thunderous sound shook the entire space. Rumble! Rumble. Countless waves of energy surged. All kinds of splendor splashed out. All kinds of miserable screams rang out incessantly. Even Xiaohua's own face was flushed with a red glow. Xiaohua actually used his bare hands to destroy dozens of nascent soul cultivators' natal magic treasures. Fellow Daoist Longmai. Xiaohua couldn't help but groan. You, Xiaohua said you a few times and didn't dare to say anything else. He hurriedly urged his cultivation technique to stabilize his qi and blood. Fellow Daoist, I'm sorry, I didn't think that I's nascent soul would be so weak. It's not even as good as I's meridian shadow. Longmai Xiaohua cried out in embarrassment. Sensing his own nascent soul's dispirited state, Xiaohua was speechless. How could a cultivator consume magic power like this? Using a nascent soul to deal with dozens of cultivators' magic treasures with bare hands. This was a method to kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of your own men. Let's go back first. Let the nascent soul rest for a while. Xiaohua couldn't blame Longmai Xiaohua. Fortunately, his dantian was nourished by the 5 qi thunder. It wouldn't take too long for his nascent soul to recover. He ordered. Just as he raised his head, he heard Hua de Jinren excitedly shout, "This old man's guess was right. Xiao Hua, your Confucian cultivation has finally revealed itself again. Collect." Following Hua de Jinren's shout, the previously condensed magic power rushed into the fire gourd. The fire gourd emitted a dazzling brilliance and expanded to several feet in size. Within that brilliance, there was a faint image of a small infant. Then, with a boom, a small hand reached out from the fire gourd. Following the fire thread from before, it fell into the soul execution vital light. The soul execution vital light was instantly extinguished. Furthermore, that small hand followed the extinguished soul execution vital light towards Xiao Hua's sword gourd like lightning. Only now did Hua de Jinren reveal his malevolence. His goal was Xiao Hua's sword gourd. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. He was a bit surprised. He raised his eyes to look at Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's magic treasures and coldly snorted. Damn it. Chapter 36-26. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hua waved his hand. Buzz. The seal of overturning the sea rushed out of the space and let out a rumbling sound. The jade talismans appeared around the seal. Go. Following Xiao Hua's shout, the seal of overturning the ocean turned into 100 feet in size. It activated layers of illusions and smashed towards Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. At the same time, Xiao Hua waved his Daoist robe, and it looked as if it was released from his sleeves. A dark demonic aura rushed out, and the divine power centipede charged towards Shui Mingzi in midair with its fangs bared and claws brandished. As the seal of turning the sea left his hand, Xiao Hua's body flew and raised the wishful staff with both hands. Grow, grow, grow. Following Xiao Hua's angry shout, the staff became 100 feet long and rushed towards Ao Zhantian's dragon halberd. Seeing that Xiao Hua ignored him and only fought the other two nascent soul cultivators, Daoist Hua De was ecstatic. He had long been drooling over Xiao Hua's soul-slaying light. Otherwise, he would not have attracted so many cultivators to attack Xiao Hua. Seeing that the fire gourd's hand was about to land on the sword gourd, Daoist Hua De suddenly had a bad feeling. How could Xiao Hua ignore it? This was too strange. Sure enough, at the same time Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff, Xiao Hua very strangely turned his head and opened his mouth to chant. Thousands of hammers chiseled deep into the mountains. Just as Xiao Hua chanted the first sentence, Daoist Hua De's body was immediately surrounded by a large number of pillars of qi. These pillars of qi were like thousands of hammers and chisels that rushed towards Daoist Hua De. Immediately, Daoist Hua De's body was covered in golden light. This qi was even more powerful than ordinary magic treasures. How is this possible? Daoist Hua De was dumbfounded. He hurriedly used his magic power to block the qi pillars. However, just as his magic power surged, his internal organs were inexplicably attacked. It was as if the qi pillars had also appeared in his body. Raging flames burn like nothing. Xiao Hua immediately chanted the second sentence. Boom! A flame suddenly appeared in Hua De Daoist's heart and lungs. The moment this flame appeared, it became a prairie fire that attacked Hua De Daoist's internal organs. In the blink of an eye, Hua De Daoist's entire body was covered in flames. Daoist Hua De's face was filled with shock. He no longer cared about snatching Xiao Hua's sword gourd. He hurriedly activated his cultivation technique. The mana in his body rapidly revolved, wanting to extinguish this heart fire. Unfortunately, no matter how much Hua De Jinren tried to use his magic power, the flames didn't seem to be extinguished. Instead, they became even more exuberant, causing Hua de Jinren's heart to burn even more. Even if my bones are crushed and my body crushed, I will remain pure in this world. After Xiaohua recited the last two sentences, Daoist Hua de groaned like a pig being slaughtered. His entire body trembled violently as if he was about to be killed if he didn't control the fire. Since it was such a critical moment, how could Daoist Hua de still dare to hold back? He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand. Puff! A stream of fire energy rushed into the sky. Not only did the fire lotus glow in the fire energy, its roots even rushed into his body along with the fire energy convergence. Ha, old bastard Hua de, you have white hair all over your body, yet you call others monsters. This Xiao has never denied that he has the cultivation of a Confucian cultivator, yet you deny it again and again. Hit. Xiaohua laughed loudly, but the last word was directed at Ao Zhantian. Seeing that the staff was about to strike again, a helpless expression appeared on Ao Zhantian's face. A brilliant light flashed on his arms, and the dragon halberd flew out, roaring as it met Xiaohua's staff head-on. At the same time, Ao Zhantian narrowed his eyes, and the muscles in his body began to move rapidly. His blood also began to surge, and strands of bloody light flashed on the surface of his body. Crackle. There was a burst of noise. The wishful steel staff had not yet collided with the dragon halberd, but the two murderous weapons began to collide with each other again. Various small vortexes quietly appeared in the nearby dozens of feet, blowing the magic weapons that were damaged by the dragon vein Xiaohua's thunder into the sky. Although these magic treasures were the natal magic treasures of dozens of nascent soul cultivators, the lightning still flashed on these magic treasures, causing the connection between the nascent soul cultivators and their magic treasures to be intermittent. In a situation where the essence of the cultivators was damaged, it was difficult for them to retrieve their magic treasures in a short time. Boom! The staff finally struck the dragon halberd, and a loud sound rang out in the air again. Everyone couldn't help but feel that it was deafening. Ao Zhantian was feeling extremely dejected. He had always been confident in his divine power, and he had always been known for his powerful physical body. However, he didn't think that he would be so weak in front of Xiaohua. Ao Zhantian let out a furious roar as the cracks on his halberd deepened, and his body plummeted like a cannonball. His voice was hoarse, and there was a hint of hysteria in it. Even though this roar didn't make much of a difference, the crimson light around Ao Zhantian's body flashed, and the projection of a gigantic crimson dragon gradually emerged from his bloodline. Ao Zhantian actually had the bloodline of a true dragon. Ao Zhantian urged his bloodline to fight with Xiaohua, but Xiaohua borrowed the power of the staff to fly up again. His hands formed a seal, and the first shadow of the seal of overturning the sea collided with the golden light of Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk. At this time, the seal of overturning the sea was different from before. Although Xiaohua didn't deliberately refine it again, the shadow had already solidified. Although Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk was also refined with an extremely rare material, it was abnormally sharp and could penetrate almost anything. However, when it collided with the shadow of Xiaohua's seal of overturning the sea, it was still smashed by more than 70%. Although the shadow had completely collapsed, Shui Mingzi couldn't help but be shocked. On the hidden immortal continent, when had he ever met a Daoist cultivator who could control a magic treasure to fight with him? Moreover, the Herculean centipede, whose shiny black body was covered with dense and strange golden runes, was even more cunning. Just like when Xiaohua fought with him in the past, it immediately rushed over when he saw a flaw in his fight with the seal of overturning the sea. When he fought with it again, it immediately fled. At this time, Shui Mingzi saw that Xiaohua actually pounced on him in the blink of an eye. The shadow of the second shadow of the seal of overturning the sea was like a huge mountain pressing down on him. Shui Mingzi had no choice but to pour 90% of his magic power into his horsetail whisk. The horsetail whisk emitted a golden light, and thousands of horsetail whisk turned into thousands of sword lights that pierced towards the seal of overturning the sea. Of course, among these thousands of sword lights, he also left some to stab towards the Herculean centipede in the distance that seemed to be attacking him together with Xiaohua. Puff, puff, puff. Although Xiaohua's seal of overturning the sea was powerful, it was, after all, a shadow. Under these thousands of golden sword lights, it was pierced full of holes. Moreover, these sword lights didn't lose their momentum and actually rushed towards the main body of the seal of overturning the sea. Crack, crack. Similarly, when the attack of the seal of overturning the sea was blocked, the Herculean centipede immediately stopped. Its entire body curled up, and its hard carapace pointed outwards. It was like a hedgehog with a mouth full of spikes, making those sword lights unable to pierce through it. Humph. Xiaohua coldly snorted and pointed his hand. Roar. A coiling dragon spun up and urged the seal of overturning the sea to press down heavily. A vast and mighty aura rushed over, and before it could land, it had already completely suppressed the sword lights of the horsetail whisk. Do you think this old man is scared of you? Shui Mingzi similarly sneered. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. He formed a seal with one hand, and several rays of light fell into the blood essence. When the blood essence entered the horsetail whisk, buzz, buzz. A trembling sound resounded. The complete strands of light instantly emitted a red color. They either spun, twisted, or pierced straight. They forcibly pierced through the brilliance and pearls around the seal of overturning the sea and blocked the momentum of the seal of overturning the sea. However, at this moment, Xiaohua once again shocked Shui Mingzi. Xiaohua actually abandoned the seal of overturning the sea at this crucial moment. A whirlwind rolled up around his body, and in the blink of an eye, he once again pounced towards Daoist Wada. In the blink of an eye, Daoist Wada had just used the fire essence to block Xiaohua's Confucian fire attack, and before he could use the fire gourd to collect the sword gourd, Xiaohua suddenly turned into a gust of wind and arrived in front of him. This truly frightened Daoist Wada. Just as he was about to respond, a sharp pain like a sharp awl piercing into his Naiwan palace made him unable to help but take a deep breath. Without waiting for him to use a secret technique to resolve the pain, he saw the spirit execution light suddenly split into two. It bypassed his fire strands and slashed towards his neck with lightning speed. Daoist Wada once again turned pale with fright. He hurriedly wanted to use the fire gourd, but because of the pain in his Naiwan palace, he was a bit slow. Poof! Daoist Wada had no choice but to open his mouth and turn a mouthful of true fire into a fire wall in front of him. Just as the fire was born, whoosh! Another golden light appeared out of nowhere and flashed towards Daoist Wada's left arm. Ah! Daoist Wada only felt a chill in his left arm, and then a sharp pain came. His left arm holding the fire gourd was cut off like rotten wood by a pair of golden scissors. His left arm's defensive treasure armor didn't have any resistance. At the same time, just as the sharp pain came out, Xiaohua's right hand waved his Daoist robe. His action was even more natural than moving clouds and flowing water. In an instant, Daoist Wada could no longer sense the location of his fire gourd. This is this old man's life source magic treasure. Daoist Wada was simply going crazy. He schemed against Xiaohua's sword gourd, but he didn't think that Xiaohua was also scheming against his fire gourd. He hadn't even touched the sword gourd's hair, but Xiaohua's series of attacks had already caused him to lose the rice used to steal the chicken. Poof! Looking at Xiaohua again, he simply took advantage of Daoist Wada and didn't wait for Daoist Wada to come to his senses. He opened his mouth and several sword lights pierced towards Daoist Wada's heart. Suddenly, an indescribable palpitation appeared in Daoist Wada's heart. Ah! Daoist Wada couldn't help but exclaim, but just as he exclaimed, another sharp awl pierced into his Naiwan palace. How was this a fight? It was simply a one-sided slaughter. Daoist Wada couldn't imagine that Xiaohua's Daoist cultivation realm was lower than his, but his strength was actually far beyond his own. Moreover, Xiaohua's Confucian cultivation strength was even higher than his. At this time, Xiaohua wasn't fighting alone, but a Daoist cultivator, a Confucian cultivator was fighting. Chapter 36-27. Only now did Hua de Jinren realize that Xiaohua was a nascent soul intermediate stage cultivator, but he had the strength of a nascent soul intermediate stage cultivator. How could he be his opponent? Moreover, seeing Xiaohua use the spirit-exterminating vital light, the flying sword, and the unfathomable soul stab technique, it was obvious that he wanted to take his life. Thinking of this, how could Hua de Jinren stay any longer? He clapped his hands and an ordinary-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. With a pu sound, a breath of true qi landed on it. Layers of inscriptions surged out from the jade pendant and enveloped Hua de Jinren in an instant. Boom! Following a majestic pillar of true qi, Hua de Jinren actually disappeared. Motherfucker! Xiaohua was a little depressed. He understood that this was the escape technique that Hua de Jinren had obtained from the Star Lord Palace. He could only watch helplessly as Hua de Jinren escaped from the Star Lord Palace. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should use his illusion breaker eye. At this time, he heard a wang wang sound of air friction. Ao. Then there was the sound of a dragon's roar. Xiaohua stowed away his sword gourd and soaring dragon shears before turning around with a cold expression. A crimson dragon that was close to 1,000 feet in length appeared above Ao Zhantian's head. It opened its sinister maw and pounced towards Xiaohua. An aura comparable to that of the soul separation stage and an aura that made all the cultivators tremble uncontrollably surged through the air. Oh! A true bloodline. This was the first true bloodline Dharma body that Xiaohua had seen on the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange light. It's a pity that my Phoenix Dharma body is not here. Otherwise, I'll let it fight with you. Xiaohua snorted coldly. Golden light flashed around his body, and the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique was activated as well. His Transcendence golden body also appeared. In just a moment, a Transcendence golden body that was close to 1,000 feet tall stood in midair like a demon god. Not only were the nascent soul cultivators dumbfounded, even Shui Mingzi was dumbfounded. It wasn't that they hadn't seen such an awe-inspiring Dharma body before, but this was a defensive formation with divine sense shackled. Dao sect's divine powers were suppressed. Not to mention the Dharma body, even activating Dharma treasures would be somewhat strenuous. How could Xiaohua possibly bring out his Dharma body? Ao Zhantian's bloodline could be attributed to his true bloodline, but Xiaohua. Who had ever seen such a golden bloodline? Eat this Xiao's staff. Xiaohua roared and waved the wishful steel staff in his hand. At first, the wishful steel staff was still a few dozen feet in size, but when it hit the top of the blood dragon's head, it was already a few hundred feet in size and a few dozen feet in thickness. Woo! The wishful staff fell with a gust of wind. The blood dragon's eyes were crimson red, and an old voice spoke with Ao Zhantian's tone. This old man has never seen a magic treasure that can injure a bloodline Dharma body. Stop dreaming. Today, I'll show you how powerful this old man is. Let this old man have a taste of your flesh and blood. Ha ha ha. This voice reverberated throughout the entire space. The blood dragon opened its mouth, and the blood dragon's breath turned into a giant pillar. The blood dragon also pounced over, obviously wanting to dive into Xiaohua's body and devour his flesh and blood. Xiaohua's eyes flashed, and he tilted his head slightly. He pointed his finger, not at the blood dragon, but at the seal of overturning the sea above Shui Mingzi's head. The seal of overturning the sea expanded again, and it was a full 500 feet in size. Shui Mingzi had no choice but to use his magic power to block it with his horsetail whisk. As for the divine power centipede, it seemed to understand Xiaohua's intention. Suddenly, its entire body expanded, and the two antennae in front of its head trembled rapidly, cutting towards Shui Mingzi's back. Ao. Seeing that Xiaohua was still distracted, the blood dragon couldn't help but roar, and its speed increased again. However, Xiaohua didn't seem to panic. He calmly waved the wishful steel staff, and it landed on the blood dragon's breath. Pooh! It was abnormally dull, but the dull sound seemed to have knocked on Ao Zhantian's heart. The almost invisible blood dragon's breath was smashed into pieces by the wishful steel staff. That wasn't all. Ao Zhantian was still stunned by what happened next. The blood dragon's breath disappeared with the wishful steel staff, and the wishful steel staff didn't stop for too long. It passed through space and landed on the blood dragon's head with a loud bang. Ao Zhantian's arrogance was finally broken today. The blood shadow Dharma body, which he thought was impossible to injure, was like an ordinary demonic beast under the wishful steel staff. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Ao Zhantian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It was more direct than being hit by any magic treasure or spell. Pooh! Ao Zhantian spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his entire body was oozing with blood. Moreover, an indescribable blush immediately spread all over his face. Roar! The blood dragon's blood-curdling screams resounded throughout the entire defensive formation. The blood dragon's body started to collapse from its head down to its tail. Ao Zhantian's eyes flashed with desperation, and he stubbornly patted his head. A blood-red nascent soul appeared in midair. This nascent soul was wearing a treasured armor, and the dragon-shaped totem on the armor was slowly disappearing. The nascent soul held a dragon halberd in its hand that flashed with a dazzling brilliance. However, as soon as the nascent soul appeared, it was immediately shocked. Its two eyes looked left and right cautiously. At this time, it saw two beams of spirit-punishing vital light fall from the sky. They were about 100 feet away from the nascent soul, but they didn't shoot out. You. Ao Zhantian naturally didn't care too much about the spirit-punishing vital light, but under the fierce flames of the spirit-punishing vital light, a faint sense of desolation arose in his heart. The nascent soul opened its small mouth and whispered a few words. Xiaohua had intended to kill to establish his might. However, when he saw Ao Zhantian's nascent soul appear, he immediately remembered that this was the defensive formation of the Star Lord Palace. Although he would be happy to kill Ao Zhantian's nascent soul would fall into the defensive formation. Wasn't he helping the Star Lord Palace? Thus, he controlled the spirit-punishing vital light to stop above Ao Zhantian's head and said coldly, Ao Zhantian, do you want to live or die? So what if I want to live or die? The blood shadow Dharma body above Ao Zhantian's head could no longer take shape. It slowly turned into a bubble and fell into his body. Ao Zhantian looked at Shui Mingzi in the distance. He was actually blocked by Xiaohua's demonic pet, and Xiaohua's overturning sea seal was able to block Shui Mingzi's horsetail whisk. Xiaohua said indifferently, if I want to die, I'll kill you right now. In order to not leave a nascent soul for the Star Lord Palace, I'll kill your nascent soul as well. You. Ao Zhantian wanted to retort when he heard Xiao Hua's nonchalant tone. However, he knew that Xiao Hua had scared off spiritual master Huda when the three of them attacked him. Now that he was facing Xiao Hua alone, how could he survive? What if I want to live? Ao Zhantian was abnormally embarrassed, but he still asked. Swear a blood oath and serve me for 1,000 years. Xiao Hua replied without hesitation. For 1,000 years, not only will I provide you with all your cultivation needs, I can also help you reach the 5th grade of origin power. No. Impossible. Ao Zhantian also shouted without hesitation. Xiao Hua also didn't hesitate. He pointed at the spirit-punishing vital light and said, Fine, since you don't want to live, then die. Spiritual Master Xiao, you've misunderstood, Spiritual Master Xiao. Ao Zhantian hurriedly withdrew his nascent soul and shouted, What I meant was. What kind of good conditions do you have? Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He stopped the spirit-punishing vital light and said indifferently, What's impossible? At this point, do you still have a choice? Then, Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the dozens of nascent soul cultivators. His huge body was like a demonic god as he shouted, And you all, swear a blood oath immediately and serve me for 1,000 years. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Ah! All the nascent soul cultivators were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not knowing what Xiao Hua wanted to do. Ao Zhantian. Xiao Hua didn't care about these small fries. He looked at Ao Zhantian and said, You'll be the first. Then, Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and swung the wishful staff in Shui Mingzi's direction with a boom. Shui Mingzi was scared into flying far away. His horsetail whisk was powerful, but against the wishful staff, it didn't have any advantage at all. He was scared away, but the seal of ocean overturning seal and the Herculean centipedes still caught up to him, not giving him any chance to escape. Ao Zhantian's mouth was bitter. He was a late nascent soul cultivator, but he was forced to swear a blood oath. This was something he had never thought would happen ever since he entered the nascent soul realm. Kill. Ao Zhantian hesitated. Xiao Hua shouted, scaring Ao Zhantian. He hurriedly shouted, I, Ao Zhantian, swear to heaven and earth that I am willing to serve Spiritual Master Xiao Hua, Spiritual Master Xiao, for 1,000 years. I don't dare to have any thoughts of rebellion, Kacha. Just as Ao Zhantian was about to make his vow, a streak of golden light shot into the sky and landed in the distance. Ah! A nascent soul cultivator who was about to flee was immediately sliced off by the soaring dragon shears. Motherfucker! Ao Zhantian finally understood. So Xiao Hua wasn't talking to him. Kacha! A muffled sound rang out as a bolt of lightning struck down from above Ao Zhantian's head. A blood-red mark appeared between Ao Zhantian's eyebrows. The mark followed the bolt of lightning into the air and transformed into a thumb-sized rune. The rune was about to fly toward the bolt of lightning. However, Xiao Hua's eyes rolled up as a green light flashed between his eyebrows. He let out a soft sigh that sounded like the sigh of a demon god. Boom! The same bolt of lightning shot out. The rune actually changed direction and fell into the bolt of lightning. Then, it disappeared between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. This. Xiao Hua's divine ability was truly inconceivable. Ao Zhantian couldn't help but sigh. His originally sullen heart suddenly felt better. He had always been competitive, and not only had he offended Confucian cultivators, he had also offended many Daoist cultivators. Now that he had found a powerful backer, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. And you all. Xiaohua's voice was even more majestic than the usual lightning bolt. The dumbfounded nascent soul cultivators immediately came to their senses. It was time for them to make a choice. Chapter 36-28. Of course, the nascent soul cultivators found this difficult to accept. However, when they saw the arrogant Ao Zhantian lower his head in disbelief, they then looked at the nascent soul cultivator who had just lost half of his shoulder and was now as pale as a sheet of paper, and finally at Shui Mingzi, who was trying to escape but was being held back by his demonic pet and magic treasure. How could they not have made the right choice? The dozens of nascent soul early and mid-stage cultivators all swore blood oaths, which were all taken away by Xiaohua without exception. Then, Xiaohua withdrew his heavenly laws embodiment technique and pointed with his finger. Go, surround Shui Mingzi. Yes, the dozens of nascent soul cultivators couldn't even muster the will to resist. They responded in unison and surrounded Shui Mingzi. Only Ao Zhantian and the early-stage nascent soul cultivator named Xiongyi were left in front of Xiaohua. Seeing such a scene, Xiongyi was at a loss of what to do. He didn't know whether to leave or stay. His eyes slightly turned as he looked at Xiaohua. Xiongyi, you can leave now. Xiaohua ordered. Yes, thank you, senior. Xiongyi came to his senses and hesitated. He bowed and flew into the distance. Ao Zhantian said indifferently, Daoist Xiao, although I swore a blood oath to follow your orders, if you don't respect me, I would rather self-detonate then. Can you still self-detonate now? Xiaohua replied even more indifferently than Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian's expression changed greatly. However, Xiaohua quickly added, of course, fellow Daoist, don't worry. I am not like that old bastard Huada. You will know my character in the future. Alright. What else could Ao Zhantian say at this point? He looked at Shui Mingzi who was surrounded by the nascent soul cultivators and said in a low voice, this Shui Mingzi has some background. If you can subdue him, it will be of great benefit to you. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and nodded. Brother Ao, don't worry. In the Yaotai Mountain, he will either fall into the hands of the Star Lord Palace or me. I believe he will make his own decision. Alright, I'll accompany you. Ao Zhantian said in a low voice. He was naturally unwilling to let Shui Mingzi escape after falling into Xiaohua's hands. By the time Xiaohua and Ao Zhantian arrived at the scene, Shui Mingzi had already put away his horsetail whisk and was hovering in midair. The seal of overturning the sea had already enveloped him from afar, and the divine power centipede had already activated its demonic chi to fly close to him. Shui Mingzi. Ao Zhantian looked at the helpless expression on Shui Mingzi's face and said, this old man won't say anything else. Previously, we all fell into that old bastard Wada's trap. Now that we have offended Daoist Xiao is quite magnanimous. He doesn't want our lives, but he wants us to serve him for 1,000 years. I know. Without waiting for Ao Zhantian to finish, Shui Mingzi waved his sleeves and said, since I've made my choice, I won't regret it. However, this old man doesn't quite believe what Daoist Xiao said just now. Yes. Without waiting for Ao Zhantian to speak, Xiaohua waved his hand and threw a jade box to Shui Mingzi. He said proudly, take a look at this first. This is. Shui Mingzi was a little stunned. He picked up the jade box with a strange expression. When he opened the jade box, he saw a golden light flashing inside. It was a 10,000-year-old human essence. He was stunned for a long while before he came back to his senses. He hurriedly closed the jade box and said, I'm willing to serve Daoist Xiaohua for 1,000 years, all right. Xiaohua accepted Shui Mingzi's blood oath. Seeing that Shui Mingzi was about to return the jade box to him, he said with a smile, "I'll bestow this item to you." "No, no way." Shui Mingzi's mouth fell open. He couldn't believe his ears. Daoist Xiao, this item, I told you to take it, so take it. Xiao Hua was displeased. He took out another jade box and threw it to Ao Zhantian. I just happened to get some. Take it as a greeting gift. Ao Zhantian had been curious for a long time. He took the jade box and hurriedly opened it to take a look. His eyes flashed with astonishment. He didn't stand on ceremony and hurriedly accepted the jade box. He bowed and said, "Daoist Xiao's fortune is truly beyond our reach. We've searched several spell formations, but we couldn't find any useful ones. I didn't expect Daoist Xiao to obtain such a bountiful harvest in such a short period of time. I thank Daoist Xiao for his generous gift." "And, you're welcome." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I don't have many of these items. You've all gotten a bargain. Thank you, Daoist Xiao." Seeing that Ao Zhantian accepted the jade box, Shui Mingzi hurriedly hid it away. "You all have your own rewards." Xiao Hua looked at the curious nascent soul cultivators and said with an indifferent expression, "However, I can only bestow them to you after the Jadestage meeting." "Thank you, Senior." Why did a group of nascent soul cultivators come to Jadestage Mountain? Wasn't it to obtain some rewards? Since Xiao Hua had a treasure that even nascent soul late-stage cultivators liked, what was 1,000 years of service to him? Xiao Hua kept the seal of overturning the sea. The Herculean centipede bared its fangs and brandished its claws beside Xiao Hua, as if it was showing off. When Xiao Hua opened his Daoist robe, it obediently flew back into it. "Daoist Xiao. Your demonic pet is truly powerful. If you refine it for another 100 years, I'm afraid it'll be able to compete with an upper 4th grade essence force cultivator." Shui Mingzi couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Hua smiled and replied, "How would I have the time to refine it? Let it cultivate by itself." Shui Mingzi opened his mouth as if to say something, but he stopped himself. "Daoist Xiao, what should we do now?" Ao Zhantian said with a bitter expression. I can't help Daoist Xiao with my injuries on Jadestage Mountain. There's no need for you to help." Xiao Hua's body flashed with golden light again, and the mountain river seal flew out. He said, "Come in and rest. I'll let you out once we leave Jadestage Mountain." This Ao Zhantian wasn't like Su Tingzi. He frowned and said, "If I enter the nation weapon, won't my life follow Daoist Xiao? If Daoist Xiao dies on Jadestage Mountain, won't I also be doomed? If you don't go in, can you walk out of Jadestage Mountain alive?" Xiao Hua replied. "Moreover, do you think you can live longer than me?" Shui Mingzi was also hesitant. He asked, "Daoist Xiao, this nation weapon is used by Confucian cultivators to suppress our Daoist sections. Although we don't mind going in, can it suppress dozens of us at the same time?" "It's only 30 or so, no problem," Xiao Hua said confidently. "This junior is willing to go in." The injured nascent soul cultivator hurriedly said, as if he wanted to redeem himself by doing good deeds, but also as if he was really afraid of dying inside the formation. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a stream of dragon qi rushed out, immediately sucking him in. Of course, at the same time, Xiao Hua pointed his hand and landed on the top of his head. When he lost consciousness, he used his mind to send him into the space. Although there was a first, the others were still hesitant. After all, this was different from swearing a blood oath and being controlled for 1,000 years. This was putting their lives in the hands of others. However, Just as they were hesitating, a thunderous boom came from the distant horizon. Everyone looked up and saw the blood-red sky in the distance collapsing one after another. Between the collapses, there were thousands of flashes of lightning. After the blood-red sky collapsed, it turned into a blood-red stream that swept toward everyone. Damn Star-Lord Hall! Xiaohua saw this, and how could he not know what the Star-Lord Hall was planning? This was not much different from the Star-Lord Defense Formation on the Yaotai Mountain. They both wanted to kill most of the Daoist cultivators, leaving only those who had the means to escape death. Xiaohua swept his gaze and said coldly, "This old man doesn't have time to waste with you. The formation has already begun to close, so this old man is going to find a way out. Senior, please wait a moment, this junior is willing to go in." A group of panicked cultivators hurriedly called out. They knew in their hearts that it was better to let Xiaohua lead them alone rather than having so many people search in a mess. Xiaohua's abilities were unpredictable, and his chances of survival were much higher than theirs. "Come in." Xiaohua sucked that person into the space again. This time, the others were finally moved, and in a short while, 35 nascent soul cultivators were sucked into the space. "This one will go in as well." Ao Zhantian narrowed his eyes and looked at the torrential flood in the distance. His eyes were filled with helplessness, and he looked at Shui Mingzi. How could Shui Mingzi let Xiaohua suspect him? Naturally, he tactfully said, "No problem, this old man is afraid that this old man is powerless to escape from this collapsed formation, so I can only accompany fellow Daoist Ao. I'll have to trouble Daoist Xiao for everything. Please." Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw the two late nascent soul cultivators enter the trap. As he spoke, 2 streams of dragon qi swept the two into the space. After entering Xiaohua's space, not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even spirit-severing cultivators were nothing but food for him. After sucking in dozens of nascent soul cultivators, Xiaohua didn't have time to raise his head to the sky and laugh. His figure immediately floated up and flew in the opposite direction of the collapsed formation. It was as if the entire space had collapsed. Xiaohua had only flown for a short while when intense thunderclaps flashed in all directions. All kinds of bloody light flourished, and the aura of destruction became increasingly powerful. "Senior, save me." In front of Xiaohua's right hand, the cultivator named Xiong Yi was in an extremely sorry state. His Daoist robe was askew, and his hair was also disheveled. A small flying shuttle flickered under his feet as he rushed toward Xiaohua. Looking behind Xiong Yi, the bloody red torrential flood created a wave of over 10 meters tall, covering the sky and covering the earth as it chased after him. Xiaohua frowned and a whirlwind appeared under his feet. His figure turned into a gust of wind as he swept in front of Xiong Yi. With a wave of his hand, a golden light swept up Xiong Yi, and then he soared into the sky again. Just as Xiaohua flew away, boom. In the place where Xiong Yi had just flown past, the space around him shattered. Lightning flashed and turned into a clear torrential flood. Xiaohua still couldn't release his divine sense, but he had a feeling that this clear torrential flood was definitely not ordinary. He definitely couldn't touch even half a drop of it. "Many thanks, Senior." After being rescued by Xiaohua, Xiong Yi felt like he was flying forward like lightning. He had temporarily escaped his predicament and hurriedly expressed his thanks. Chapter 36-29. Hearing this, Xiaohua withdrew his gaze and replied indifferently, "You're welcome." After he finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Are there any other cultivators ahead?" "No." Xiong Yi answered honestly, "I've been flying for a long time and haven't seen any cultivators." "Oh. Hearing this, Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, how did you follow Hua Dezhenren? Hearing Xiaohua ask about the ambush, Xiongyi didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly told him the whole story. As Xiaohua expected, Hua Dezhenren had the same plan as Xiaohua. In addition to obtaining treasures in the Jade Pavilion Conference, he also wanted to win over a group of nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, long before the blood-red star streaked across the sky, there were already a dozen nascent soul cultivators gathered in the defensive formation of the Jade Mountain. Including Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi, there were already more than 30 cultivators in the defensive formation of the Sand Island. Daoist Hua De seemed to have heard of the famous mother-child spirit fruit in the Sand Continent, so he was able to find it before Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Fairy Jing beat him to it, so Daoist Hua De and the others were left empty-handed. Just as Ao Zhantian had said, they had searched for a long time, but to no avail. When the ominous star appeared, dozens of cultivators were sucked into the blood-red light. When they reappeared, they found that apart from a few people who disappeared, most of them were still together. Therefore, Hua Dezhenren immediately discussed with Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi to besiege Xiaohua. Xiongyi didn't know what the three of them discussed. Xiongyi wanted to leave early, but he didn't dare to because of Hua Dezhenren's fierce reputation. In the end, Xiaohua defeated these cultivators in one fell swoop. So, you didn't see Fairy Jing and Daoist Yuan Qing? Xiaohua asked. Xiongyi nodded, yes, the female cultivator who got the Ren Jing and the male cultivator who was with you didn't appear here. So, this is only a point of the defensive formation. It's not the whole formation. Xiaohua instantly thought of the space he appeared in before. There were no cultivators inside. Xiongyi hurriedly shouted, yes, that's right. I thought about it for a long time. This must be the only place that collapsed. As long as we find the way out, we can escape. And I understand. If that's the case, I have a 60% chance of escaping. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance and nodded. However, it's very inconvenient for this old man to bring you along. Senior, Junior is willing to work for Senior. Xiongyi was used to Hua Dezhenren's face. Xiaohua's little tail had just been exposed, and he immediately agreed. That. In the end, Xiaohua was not as thick-skinned as Daoist Hua De. He said somewhat embarrassedly, Xiongyi, you misunderstood. What I mean is, Senior, you misunderstood as well. Xiongyi said with a smile, in fact, I came to the Yaotai meeting on one hand to get the rare treasure. On the other hand, I hope to find some useful people. After all, on the hidden immortal continent, there are very few Confucian cultivators that we can trust. It's best to find a Taoist cultivator to help us. As for the third objective, if I can meet an expert like Senior, I don't mind submitting to you. To tell you the truth, I met a fellow cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul stage in the early stages of the Jade Pavilion meeting. I chatted with him for a while. Although I didn't agree at that time, I already had a plan in mind. Grand Mist Ancestor? Xiaohua asked in a low voice after pondering for a while. Xiongyi was startled, and then his expression changed slightly. He said somewhat unnaturally, could it be that Senior is also, Grand Mist Ancestor is Grand Mist Ancestor, I am Xiao. Xiaohua said indifferently, I won't force fellow cultivator Xiong, no. Xiongyi breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, how could he have any other choice? He hurriedly said with a smile, I once established a country, but later the country's monarch was bewitched by the Buddhist sect. I was disheartened and no longer paid attention to it. Now that I am free, I can serve Senior. Good. Xiaohua nodded, close your eyes. I will suppress you into the mountain river seal. After we leave the Yaotai mountain, you can follow me. This. Xiong naturally hesitated, but after a moment, he closed his eyes and said, I'll have to trouble Senior. Xiaohua didn't say anything and immediately put him back into the mountain and river seal. Then, he looked around. This place was similar to the void, so he had an inexplicable feeling of familiarity in his heart. After a short while, he found something strange. However, this strange thing seemed to be mobile. Before Xiaohua could fly over, it immediately disappeared. It was exactly the same as when Xiaohua mysteriously appeared in Huada's encirclement. Whoosh! All of a sudden, around Xiaohua, several clear streams of blood red rushed out like a waterfall. Although those streams of water weren't large, wherever they went, the entire space collapsed. The streams rushed out in a strange way, and Xiaohua was caught unprepared. His figure flashed and dodged, but several drops of blood still splashed on his Daoist robe. Xiaohua did not care. This kind of clear stream was powerful, but under his protective golden light, how could a few drops of clear stream pose a threat to him? However, when those several drops of clear water fell, a sizzling sound rang out. The golden light protecting Xiaohua's body was actually annihilated in an instant, revealing an enormous flaw. The clear water actually seeped into the surface of Xiaohua's body. Ouch! Xiaohua was shocked that such a situation would occur due to his carelessness. Xiaohua's Daoist robe was also torn in an instant, and a heart-wrenching pain came from the clear stream. Xiaohua's abnormally strong body was actually invaded by this clear stream. Pooh! Xiaohua hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of thick true energy. It landed on the corroded part of his body, and he barely managed to grab the few drops of clear stream. When Xiaohua opened his transcendence vision, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that within these drops of blood-red liquid, there were strands of dark red lines. Between the lines of lines, there were many small dots that contained great power. Xiaohua was familiar with these small dots of light. It was the power of starlight. As for the dark red lines, Xiaohua had seen them before. They were actually poison mixed with the power of the netherworld. Damn it! Xiaohua cursed angrily. The Confucian cultivator's arrangement was truly ruthless. Even his body, which had been tempered for many years, was unable to withstand it, let alone an ordinary cultivator. Even Ao Zhantian wouldn't be able to escape easily when he encountered the clear stream of clear stream. Of course, Xiaohua was only lamenting. This wasn't the first time he had encountered the Confucian cultivator's ruthlessness. His current plan was to escape from this place. There wasn't much time left for Xiaohua, and the space he could escape was also limited. The confidence he had before had leaked out too much, and an indescribable sense of fear emerged from the bottom of his heart. What seemed like an ordinary escape had developed into a test of life and death. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. At the crucial moment, he opened his transcendence vision. However, all he saw with his transcendence vision was blood red. His vision was filled with resplendent starlight, and it was even inferior to the naked eye. How could he see the exit that could appear at any time? Helpless, Xiaohua could only close his transcendence vision again. He could see with his naked eye, and fly in a certain direction based on his intuition. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart trembled. He recalled the place where he had first entered the defensive formation. Previously, when he heard Xiong Yi's description, he subconsciously thought that he had entered the defensive formation directly like them. However, now that he thought about it, before he was surrounded by Daoist Huada and the others, he seemed to have stayed in a certain space for a short period of time. Moreover, that space also had a blood-red light, and it was extremely similar to the space he was in now. However, it didn't have much starlight. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head to look at the starry sky. Sure enough, the ominous star with a tail was emitting a strange and mysterious light. The stars around this ominous star were abnormally resplendent, and this resplendent light was flashing with a bloody aura. One by one, the tails grew out of these stars. Needless to say, these stars should all be a part of this defensive formation. If others look at this place from the stars, they should also be a star that is also burning with brilliance. The space I entered earlier should also be a part of the defensive formation. However, that part is between the stars, or perhaps it's the fault of the defensive formation. Xiaohua suddenly realized. There. That's right, it's there. Since Xiaohua understood, it was very easy for him to find the place he came out from. Looking at the sky, there was clearly no mark. Even if one's divine sense swept over, it would be impossible to find that place different from other places. However, Xiaohua's eyes could see that it was the place he came from. Not good. Xiaohua identified the direction and immediately cried out bitterly in his heart, because that place was already on the verge of the collapse of the defensive formation. The blood-red clear stream in the space would annihilate his only way out in a few moments. Xiaohua activated the lightning escape technique without hesitation. Although the wind escape technique had the advantage in this short distance, Xiaohua understood that his cultivation of the wind escape technique was far inferior to the lightning escape technique. At this time, if he used his full strength, there was still hope that he could arrive before the space collapsed. Rumble. Tens of thousands of tiny threads of lightning appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the exit of the defensive formation. However, Xiaohua was already going all out. The nascent soul in his body was also rubbing its hands anxiously. Several bolts of lightning entered the void to help Xiaohua, but the blood-red stream soared into the sky. As long as it fell, Xiaohua's path of survival would be cut off. Although it was not certain that Xiaohua would die, the chances were slim. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, quickly help me. At such a critical moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly brightened and he cried out in his mind. Little Xing is coming. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua waved his hands, opened his mouth, and recited, drums and thunder resound, swords and spears tremble in the wind and frost. For generals admonish, 10 generals start first. As soon as this inexplicable poem came out, it immediately turned into a bolt of lightning condensed from armor inscriptions. Inside Xiaohua's lower dantian, the 5 qi righteous thunder immediately rolled. Following this bolt of lightning, it rushed into Xiaohua's body and fell on the surface of his body. Boom! Xiaohua felt his body become light, a feeling of soaring immortality arose spontaneously. Immediately, Xiaohua's speed suddenly increased by several times. Like a stream of light, he rushed into the sky without anything special. Chapter 36:30. What's especially strange is that Xiaohua's entire body immediately disappears where he landed, only leaving behind faint lightning threads at the edge of the void. Those lightning threads only flashed for half a second before the bloody stream fell and all the lightning threads were torn apart. The space also shattered. Damn it, so close! A passageway like a pillar of light appeared in front of Xiaohua. Without Xiaohua activating the lightning escape technique, his entire body began to flow in the passageway. However, the pressure in the passageway was abnormal and there was also a rapid tearing force, causing his body to be pulled out of shape. Xiaohua activated his magic power to resist, feeling extremely lucky in his heart. If I didn't use the 5 qi righteous thunder to activate the lightning escape technique, not only would it be impossible for my lightning escape technique to reach the realm of leaping thunder, it would also be impossible for me to break free from the defensive formation. Woo! Just as Xiaohua changed his mind, the pillar of light disappeared again. Xiaohua's body lightened and he looked around again. Sure enough, all around him was crimson-red light, not a single star. Phew! Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, he used all his strength to activate the lightning escape technique and forcefully rushed into the realm of leaping thunder 3 realms. His entire body showed a kind of fatigue, as if the realm of lightning escape technique's 3rd grade was far from what a Yuanian cultivator could control. However, just as Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, a gust of wind rolled up beside him and what he had experienced before happened again. Damn it, can't you let me breathe a sigh of relief? Xiaohua sensed that his entire body was bound by a powerful force and knew that the fault in space didn't allow cultivators to stay. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and curse. Ah! When the force disappeared, Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw everything in front of him clearly. He couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, not to mention that Xiaohua had just escaped from the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. The embarrassed Hu Dezhenren was forced to take out the jade pendant by Xiaohua. He spat out a mouthful of true qi and layers of inscriptions gushed out from the jade pendant to cover him. Soon after, a pillar of true qi emerged from the void and carried Hu Dezhenren into it and disappeared. When the pillar of true qi disappeared, Hu Dezhenren's figure appeared above a layer of blood-red clouds. The blood-red clouds looked like cotton wool that covered the sky. There was no end to it at all. Above the clouds, there were groups of immortal soldiers in bright armor patrolling the area. As soon as Hu Dezhenren revealed himself, he immediately attracted the attention of the nearby immortal soldiers. The leading immortal soldier held a sickle-like weapon in his hand and shouted, "Where did this cultivator come from? Is this a place where you can break in?" Cough, cough. Daoist Master Hu De coughed twice. He raised his eyes to look at this group of 3rd-grade origin energy immortal soldiers. Raising the jade pendant in his hand, he indifferently said, "This old man is a star general under Hall Master Kong. It is precisely on the Hall Master's orders to enter the Jade Pavilion meeting. Your humble servant greets Sir Star General." The captain's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant in Hu Dezhenren's hand. He immediately became respectful and clasped his hands. "This is my duty. I hope Sir can forgive me." "Yes, I understand." Hu Dezhenren put away the jade pendant. Raising his eyes to look all around, he asked, "If this old man is not mistaken, this place is Star-Lord Wellwood Sprite Shangwan Yiran's jurisdiction. Quickly bring me to see Star-Lord Shangwan Yiran. What Sir said is correct." This place is precisely General Wellwood Sprite's jurisdiction. That immortal soldier saw Hu Dezhenren was very familiar with the Jade Mountain range. His last doubts were all gone, and he hastily replied, "However, General Wellwood Sprite has already perished inside the array. Now, General Wood Dragon is in charge." "What?" "Sir Shangwan, he truly has fallen." Hu Dezhenren turned pale with fright, practically shouting in disbelief, Who has such magic energy?" However, when he asked this, Hu Dezhenren suddenly thought of something and hastily shouted, Quickly bring me to see Sir Linghu. Quickly." That immortal soldier's face showed a difficult expression, and he said in a low voice, "Sir Star General, your humble servant is here to patrol. Without Sir Star General's orders, I absolutely do not dare leave. Furthermore, my Wellwood Sprite Star Array brothers have only recently come into contact with Sir Linghu. Your servant does not dare." "Impudent!" Hu Dezhenren furiously roared, "This old man has an important matter to report to Hall Master Kong. This is an urgent matter. If there is a delay, can you bear the responsibility?" This The immortal soldier hesitated and hastily asked, I wonder what Sir's important matter is. You are not qualified to know. Hua de sneered, however, this old man can reveal a little. If this matter is not false, it should be related to the fall of General Wellwood Sprite. Good, sir, please follow your humble servant. When the immortal soldier heard that it was related to Shengguan Yuran's death, he did not dare to be negligent. He hastily ordered the rest of the immortal soldiers to continue patrolling. He took out a flying boat and placed it in the air. He invited Hua de to board the flying boat, and he himself drove the flying boat to rush into the clouds. The flying boat produced clouds and carried the two of them to a place at lightning speed. Above the crimson clouds, there were many patrolling immortal soldiers. There were also many immortal generals riding flying beasts and patrolling everywhere. Hua de standing on the flying boat naturally attracted the attention of the patrolling immortal soldiers. However, the immortal soldier driving the flying boat took out a small triangular flag from his bosom and stuck it on the bow of the boat. Those immortal soldiers and immortal generals who were about to fly over stopped. After the time to drink a cup of tea, more and more soldiers and horses appeared in front of them. Moreover, there was a row of tents above the clouds. The immortal soldier did not dare to drive the flying boat again. He asked Hua de to disembark from the flying boat and said with a smile, Sir, please wait a moment. This is the border between Wood Sprite Well and Wood Dragon Horn. This humble servant does not dare to cross. Sir Linghu should be in the barracks. This humble servant will send a message. After saying that, the immortal soldier pulled the triangular flag from the bow of the boat. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of true qi fell on the triangular flag. The small flag turned into a streamer of light and disappeared into the barracks. A moment later, a tall immortal general flew out from inside the barracks. In his hand was that triangular flag. Looking at the immortal soldier and Hua de he coldly said, Who are you waiting for to issue the command flag? Is there some urgent military matter? Reporting to Sir, this humble servant is Wood Sprite Well's 13 Barrack 7th Squad Captain, Zhou Hong. The command flag was issued by this humble servant. That immortal soldier hastily bowed and saluted, This is Hall Master Kong Star General. He has news of the death of our Wood Sprite Well's general. You and the others follow Mojia. When that immortal general heard this, he did not dare be neglectful. Turning around, he brought Hua de and Zhou Hong to fly into the barracks. Entering the barracks, Hua de gaze swept around. Seeing the murderous aura all around and many unkind gazes looking at him, he could not help but sneer in his heart. His arrogant gaze swept back one by one, forcing those immortal soldiers and immortal generals to look elsewhere. No more than origin energy 3rd or 4th grade strength, yet you unexpectedly dare provoke this old man. If it was not for the Jade Mountain. Hua de was defeated again and again. His heart was very sullen. Naturally, he would not put these cultivators with lower cultivations in his eyes. His heart secretly pondered. Not long after, that immortal general brought the two of them directly to the center's largest tent. You and the others wait here. That immortal general indifferently instructed. He himself was about to enter when the Hua de to the side raised his hand. Holding a jade pendant in his hand, he smiled and said, I have the Hall Master personally bestowed the Star General writ. I can directly meet any general below the Hall Master. I think we don't need to wait outside the tent. My general's military orders are strict. Unless the Hall Master personally comes, or the Hall Master's personal secret order, no one can approach the Central Army tent. That immortal general glanced at Hua de and proudly said, Not to mention, although you are the Hall Master's Star General, you have the identity of a Daoist cultivator. How could I dare to let you and the others in? Impudent! Hua Dezhenren was ashamed and angry. He shouted, Hall Master Star General Rit is useful in the entire hidden immortal continent. How can it not be useful in your Wood Dragon's camp? What intentions do you all have? Do you all still place the Hall Master in your eyes? Hearing Hua Dezhenren so arrogant that Immortal General's complexion slightly changed. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in his ear. Impudent, who dares to make a racket outside the Central Army tent? Where is the Minister of Justice? When that Immortal General heard, his face showed respect. He said in a low voice, reporting to General, it was your servant who brought. Not waiting for that Immortal General to finish speaking, Hua Dezhenren immediately put on a smiling face and raised his voice. Linghu Darren, your servant is the Hua De Star General under Hall Master Kong. Long time no see. Is General's style still the same? N. That voice was slightly surprised, but he saw the Central Army tent's tent door open. A 5 feet tall lean man wearing leather armor and holding a sword in his bosom walked out. Looking up and down, he coldly said, Hua De Star General. Is it you who is making a racket in front of the Central Army tent? Hua Dezhenren looked at that man, but he did not recognize him. He nodded and said, your servant is not making a racket, but your servant has the Hall Master Star General command in his hand. Furthermore, your servant has information regarding Shangwan Darren's fall. Only ask you, is it you who is making a racket in front of the Central Army tent? That man interrupted Hua Dezhenren, coldly saying. Hua Dezhenren looked at the man's cold expression. He could only brace himself and say, correct, just now, it was your servant. According to the 4th article of the military order, those who make a racket in front of the Central Army tent without reason will be beheaded without pardon. That man recited word by word. Immediately, he raised the sword in his bosom. Wang! The sword emitted a cold light, and the sword hilt again gave birth to inscriptions. When these inscriptions rolled, an ice-cold killing intent rushed forth from the surrounding barracks. This killing intent made Hua Dezhenren have no choice but to shrink his neck. Clang! The sword in the man's hand let out a cry. A cold light rushed out from the sword scabbard, directly slashing towards Hua Dezhenren. Even as strong as Hua Dezhenren was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, in the instant the sword fell, the several chi of space around his body was completely confined. He simply did not have any possibility of dodging, as if he could only be tied up. Hua Dezhenren turned pale with fright. A brilliance flashed above his head, and his nascent soul rushed out. His hands rubbed together, and a brilliance was born, wanting to block the sword. Unfortunately, the sword was incomparably sharp. The brilliance was immediately cut in half by the sword's edge. Chapter 36-31. Lord Linghu. Daoist Master Hua De's nascent soul shrieked. That voice carried a timid tone as he said, your humble servant has news of Lord Shangwan Yuran's fall. This is a major military matter. If you dare avenge a private grudge, delaying Lord Hall Master's matters, not to mention Lord Hall Master will not forgive you, even you 28-star lords will fall one by one. Stop. A shout came from inside the tent. That man's sword stopped in midair as if cast from iron. Although Daoist Master Hua De's body could not budge, the cold sweat on his forehead was already dripping. Let them in. Following the dignified voice from inside the tent, the man put away his sword and retreated to the side. That immortal general raised his hand and said with a fake smile, Star General Hua De, please. Then, he threw the triangular banner to Zhou Hong and said, you go in, too. Zhou Hong was very terrified. Taking the banner, he hastily saluted, your humble servant has been ordered by Lord Star General to send him here. Now, since Lord Wood Dragon wants to see Lord Star General, your humble servant should return to patrol. Did you not hear Lord say to let you all go in?" The immortal general coldly smiled and said, "Yes, Lord." Zhou Hong did not dare argue. Answering, he hastily lowered his head and followed Daoist Master Huode into the tent. That Daoist Master Huode originally had an untamed heart. Now, he suddenly hung in suspense. He was Kong Hongwu's Star General. Although his position could not compare to Star Lords like Jing Mushuan and Wood Dragon, his position in Star Lord Hall was somewhat aloof. Ordinarily, he did not need to have any dealings with these Star Lords. However, he had interacted with Jing Mushuan a few times and was considered familiar. He actually did not have any dealings with Wood Dragon. However, he had heard Jing Mushuan talk about the Wood Dragon. Therefore, he knew that the Wood Dragon was Kong Hongwu's confidant. Jing Mushuan hadn't said anything bad about the Wood Dragon. However, the disdain in her tone was very obvious. But as long as one was human, there would always be preconceived notions. Admittedly, Daoist Master Huode had never seen Wood Dragon before, but based on Jing Mushuan's words, he already had a somewhat bad impression of Wood Dragon. This time, he had heard that the Wood Dragon well had perished, and that the Wood Dragon horn had taken over. So, he couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Unfortunately, Daoist Master Huode hadn't even seen the Wood Dragon yet. So, the army outside the tent had already given him a show of strength. And this had made him lose face. Moreover, he couldn't help but have a bad feeling in his heart when he heard that the Wood Dragon had given Zhou Hong money. Sure enough, when Huode Jinren entered the tent, he saw that the inside of the tent was very simple. Other than a jade table, there was a pot on it. There were a few ordinary-looking token arrows in it. It was the middle-aged scholar sitting behind the jade table. The Confucian scholar held an ancient book in his hand and was reading it with great interest. There was not a trace of any special aura around his body. Even his eyes that were staring at the ancient book and his hand that was holding the book, other than being especially long and slender, he was no different from an ordinary student. Huode Jinren did not dare to be negligent. He walked to the center of the tent, clasped his hands, and respectfully said, "General Jin Yuta greets General Linghu." Zhou Hong behind Daoist Master Huode hastily knelt down. His mouth trembled as he said in a low voice, Little Zhou Hong greets General." Who would have thought that Linghu Pairen wouldn't even respond? His eyes didn't even move away from the book. Daoist Master Huode awkwardly clasped his hands and stood there. He was somewhat at a loss. He admittedly had practiced for thousands of years. But, he was very clear in his heart that this Confucian scholar was not only older than him, but also stronger than him. Not to mention, there were many cultivators around the military camp who were on par with him. Therefore, he slightly clenched his teeth. He didn't withdraw his clasped hands and slightly bowed waist. Anyway, his etiquette was enough. He wasn't afraid of Linghu Pairen playing any tricks. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Linghu Pairen seemed to have finished reading a page. He naturally dipped his hand in some saliva and turned to the next page. At this time, he raised his eyelids. His pitch-black eyes swept past Daoist Master Huode. Then, his eyes fell on Zhou Hong. He faintly said, "Zhou Hong, do you know your crime?" "Ah. Little. What crime did this little one commit?" Zhou Hong was baffled. He forgot to kowtow and hastily asked. "You didn't abide by military rules. You didn't patrol within your own defensive area. You rashly brought a Daoist disciple to my Hornwood Dragon Army's camp. Isn't this a great crime of colluding with the enemy?" See. Sir. Zhou Hong was stunned. He looked at Linghu Pairen and then looked at Daoist Master Huide. He shouted, although this sir is a Daoist cultivator, but he holds the Hall Master's Star General Command Tablet. This little one has already examined it. There is no mistake. Moreover, this sir has news about Sir Welmushua's death. He wants to report to the Hall Master about an important matter. This little one didn't dare to delay. So, this little one sent this sir over. General Linghu, is there some misunderstanding here? Daoist Master Huide also opened his mouth and said, although this general has never seen General, I can be acquainted with General Welmushua. This is this General Star General Command Tablet. General, please take a look. Unfortunately, Linghu Pairen simply didn't pay attention to him. His gaze coldly swept past. That fierce gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Daoist Master Huide's body. How can you casually make a racket in the military camp? Did this general allow you to speak? Daoist Master Huide's hand once again froze in place, not daring to move. He was afraid to hear that. Where is the army advisor? Fortunately, Linghu Pairen did not call for the army advisor. Rather, he extended his hand, and from who knows where, he pulled out a jade pupil tablet and tossed it to Zhou Hong. He faintly said, take a look, yes. Zhou Hong very carefully received it. Clear light flashed in his eyes, but a moment later, his face was deathly pale. Large beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Immediately, he kowtowed, General, spare me. This little one did not know that this Sir Star General Command Tablet had already been abolished. This little one did not receive the order at all. Where is the army advisor? Linghu Pairen did not waste words, ordering. Yes, sir. The army advisor's hand clasped a sword as he entered. Linghu Pairen took out a token arrow from the token pot and said, go investigate whether or not this Zhou Hong spoke the truth. If it is, see who dares to delay the military. Bring that person's head. If Zhou Hong is lying, bring Zhou Hong's head. After he finished speaking, an inscription flew out of Linghu Pairen's mouth and landed on the token arrow. That token arrow floated with a bloodlight and flew into the army advisor's hand. Yes, sir. The army advisor received the order. He extended his hand and dragged the trembling Zhou Hong out of the tent. The pitiful Zhou Hong. Any way it was put, he was still a third-grade essence energy cultivator, equivalent to a Daoist golden core cultivator. Now, he was taken away like a little chick. Hiss. Daoist Huide sucked in a cold breath. He understood in his heart that this was not Linghu Pairen trying to intimidate him. Rather, he had rashly entered Yaotai Mountain, offending Kong Hongwu. Thinking of Linghu Pairen's ruthlessness, Daoist Huide did not dare say a word. He only clutched the Star General Command Tablet that he had previously been proud of. Now, it had already become trash. He calmly stood there, the veins on his hand slightly protruding. You are now a Daoist cultivator. According to my military discipline, trespassing into my army is to be beheaded. Linghu Pairen set down the scroll in his hand and indifferently said, however, you were previously Lord Hall Master's Star General. You have made some contributions to my Star Lord Hall. I cannot arbitrarily decide. Phew. Hearing this, Daoist Huide's hanging heart immediately settled. The veins on his hand disappeared, and he hastily bowed, many thanks for General Linghu's tolerance. Would Lord Hall Master? Linghu Pairen rose and walked to the front of the command table. He fished out a diamond-shaped command tablet from his bosom and used his hand to pat the top of his head. Three-colored true chi bubbled forth, falling onto the command tablet. The command tablet gave birth to an auspicious cloud that floated behind the command table. Immediately, a wisp of overwhelming chi emerged from the void and gathered above the auspicious cloud. In an instant, Kong Hongwu's figure appeared. "This general greets Lord Hall Master." Linghu Pairen bowed in salute. Daoist Huada did not dare be neglectful, also saluting, "This general greets Lord Hall Master." Kong Hongwu waved his hand and said, "Linghu, rise." "Yes, Lord." Linghu Pairen straightened up, no longer speaking. Kong Hongwu's gaze swept past Daoist Huada and coldly said, "This old man is Star Lord Hall's Hall Master, but you are not Star Lord Hall's Star General. There is no need to call yourself this general. This old man knows that my Star Lord Hall's temple is small and cannot accommodate a great deity like the Daoist. The Daoist can freely search for his own destiny on this Jade Mountain." Lord Hall Master. Daoist Huada's face was deathly pale. He said in a low voice, "This old man knows that he has disturbed Lord Hall Master's plans. This crime cannot be forgiven. This old man does not seek to obtain Lord Hall Master's forgiveness. This old man only wishes to report a few secrets that this old man knows to Lord Hall Master. Afterwards, this old man himself will enter the array to meet his death. Speak." Kong Hongwu's face was still calm as water as before, indifferently saying. Daoist Huada did not dare beg for forgiveness too much, nor did he dare speak of his previous contributions. He was afraid that Kong Hongwu would not give him the chance to speak. Now that he was allowed to speak, his heart was already secretly delighted. He hastily said, "Good, Lord Hall Master knows. This old man discovered a cultivator who concealed his cultivation at the Jade Pavilion gathering. Furthermore, this old man previously knew that General Jing Mushuan fell inside the Imperial Array. In all likelihood, Lord Hall Master has not yet found the true culprit, so this old man braved death to report to Lord Hall Master." "Who?" Kong Hongwu's brows trembled. It was as Daoist Huada said. In his fury, Kong Hongwu already dispatched people to begin investigating the truth. However, the entire Jade Mountain was inside the Great Array. Especially after the array changed, with Jing Mushuan falling, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the Star Array were already somewhat disorganized. The news of Daoist Huada's Star General token being crippled did not reach Zhou Hong's place. This was clear proof. Furthermore, the immortal generals that had seen Xiao Hua were more or less killed by Xiao Hua. Kong Hongwu honestly could not find the Xiao Hua that killed Jing Mushuan for the time being. Xiao Hua. Daoist Huada did not dare beat around the bush, directly saying Xiao Hua's name. As expected, it was him. Kong Hongwu's eyes slightly narrowed, as if this did not exceed his expectations. Furthermore, Linghu Pairen's brows rose, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Daoist Huada was slightly startled. This information was his final straw. Now, it seemed that it truly was a straw. He hastily shouted, "Lord Hall Master is wise. It is Xiao Hua." Chapter 36-32. Hearing Daoist Master Huada be so certain, Kong Hongwu looked at him with interest, indifferently asking, "How do you know?" Daoist Master Huada was delighted in his heart, hastily recounting Xiao Hua's actions in detail. Finally, he added, "This one heard that General Shengguan was killed, and Xiao Hua just happened to be nearby. This guy is most adept at hiding his cultivation. This must be his doing. Linghu, what do you think?" Kong Hongwu seemed to have thought of something, unexpectedly smiling as he asked Linghu Pairen. Linghu Pairen glanced at Daoist Master Huada, bowing to Kong Hongwu, this one is more interested in Xiao Hua, however, it seems that there is already no meaning now. This one will personally kill him. Use his head as a sacrifice to General Shengwan. This one is also willing to atone for his crimes and assist General Linghu in killing Xiao Hua, to avenge General Shengwan. Daoist Master Hua De immediately seized the opportunity, bowing as he spoke. Atone for your crimes. Kong Hongwu coldly looked at Daoist Master Hua De, not knowing what he was thinking. Just at this moment, the Linghu Pairen to the side suddenly interjected, Lord Hall Master, although Star General Hua De was momentarily bewitched by the treasure, seeing as he has done many things for my Star Lord Hall over the years, even if there is no merit, there is hard work. Furthermore, he entered the Jade Pavilion gathering, and by a freak combination of factors, he brought such important news to my Star Lord Hall. In this one's opinion, it would be better to let him go kill Xiao Hua, to atone for his crimes. Good. Kong Hongwu slightly nodded, saying, Jin Yuda, if you can kill Xiao Hua, this old man will withdraw this order. You will still be my Star Lord Hall's Star General. Furthermore, if you can reach a higher level of enlightenment and refine your fire Qi Chaoyuan to the realm of 5th rank origin energy, the position of Wellwood Dragon is not necessarily yours. Many thanks, Lord Hall Master. Daoist Master Hua De was overjoyed, hastily bowing in salute, this one will not disappoint Lord Hall Master. Go, this one awaits your good news. Kong Hongwu waved his hand and said. Yes, Lord Hall Master. Daoist Master Hua De rose, and Linghu Pairen earnestly said, Star General Hua De, this is your last chance. You must seize it. Once you leave the tent, there will be soldiers to escort Star General back. Thank you for your mercy, sir. I will repay you in the future. Hua De Daoist cupped his hands towards Linghu Pairen and turned to leave the tent. Before the soldiers came to lead him, Hua De Daoist saw that the adjunct who had just walked out of the tent had landed on a flying boat. In his hand was the head of an immortal general. From the looks of it, it was not Zhou Hong. When the adjunct's gaze swept over Hua De Daoist actually felt a slight chill on his neck. Inside the large tent, Kong Hongwu saw Daoist Hua De leave. He looked at Linghu Pairen with a smile and asked, Linghu, I didn't expect that Xiao Hua to be so powerful. Even Daoist Hua De isn't his match. It seems that I'm going to lose the bet with you earlier. Linghu Pairen also withdrew his previous seriousness and said with a smile, could it be that my lord already knew of Xiao Hua's prowess and expelled Daoist Hua De from the Star Lord Hall first? This evil creature. Kong Hongwu snorted from his nose, he actually dared to disobey my arrangement and enter the Jade Pavilion meeting without permission. He deserves to be punished. Furthermore, he's still so bold at this time, wanting to borrow the hand of my Star Lord Hall to kill Xiao Hua. Could it be that he feels that I can't see through his thoughts? Linghu Pairen nevertheless smiled and said, it's true that he didn't listen to the arrangement. It's also true that he wanted to borrow the Jade Pavilion meeting to accumulate his own power. But if he wanted to borrow the Hall Master's hand to kill Xiao Hua, that might not necessarily be the truth. He merely walked through a few defensive arrays. How could he know that the cultivators nearby were powerful? According to his thinking, the only one who could kill Shengwan Yiran could only be Xiao Hua. He was forced into a corner by Xiao Hua and used the Star General Command Plate bestowed by the Hall Master to break free of the defensive array. Hearing that Shengwan Yiran was killed, he naturally wanted to claim credit. Of course, he must also be nervous in his heart, afraid of being punished by the Hall Master. You don't know how bold he is. Kong Hongwu shook his head and said, didn't you hear? He actually covets the position of Star Lord. Such an important position of my Star Lord Hall, can it be left for him? A single Jade Pavilion meeting will undoubtedly reveal the greed of Tao sect cultivators. Those with low cultivations want to obtain spirit herbs from the Jade Pavilion meeting. Those with suitable cultivations want to obtain the lot of the state preceptor. Those with high cultivations want to accumulate their own power and obtain strange treasures. They are fully aware that the Jade Pavilion meeting is controlled by my Star Lord Hall and that there is only a slim chance of survival. But for their greed, they did not hesitate to swallow the bait. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. The ancient saying is true. Heh heh, what Lord said is true. But if Huada wants to become a Star Lord, he must first think of escaping from Xiao Hua's hands. Linghu Pairen narrowed his eyes and replied. Borrowing a knife to kill. Linghu, your calculations are quite shrewd. Kong Hongwu said with a smile. It's all thanks to Lord Hall Master's guidance. Linghu Pairen said with a smile, fighting with Tao sect cultivators is not about strength, but about methods. It's endless fun. Are you not interested in this Xiao Hua? Kong Hongwu said, hearing Huada's words, this old man wants to personally see this Tao sect cultivator valued by Grand Mist Ancestor. Grand Mist Ancestor. Linghu Pairen raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, since we can't accept him as a star general, we can't let him leave the Jade Pavilion Mountain. This general is naturally very interested in him. Ha ha ha, if you want to make a move, you have to wait until Xiao Hua escapes from Huada's hands alive. Kong Hongwu laughed. Unfortunately, this sun, moon, and star 3 arrays can't compare to my Star Lord Hall's previous imperial array. It's difficult to see the situation everywhere. Otherwise, this old man really wants to see the liveliness inside now. Although Xiao Hua is powerful, he can't be considered outstanding. Hearing Tailfire Tiger Ouyang Jingran's message, as soon as the star array came out, she had an extremely powerful person gather over 100 Tao sect cultivators and kill many dissatisfied cultivators to obtain 70% of the treasures. And that cultivator is called Master Sun Kong. He's a proud and arrogant person. Kong Hongwu naturally knew. He nodded and said, presumably, you also know this person. Tao sect cultivators often use the titles Child and Taoist Master. He disdains them and calls himself Master. His arrogance can be seen. So, Ouyang wants to subdue him and make him a star general. Impossible. Kong Hongwu shook his head. Previously, this old man also sent people over. This bastard simply didn't buy it. Star Sun Horse Taisher Zhanran also has a Zhang Daoran. Now, he also stands out. Linghu Pairen said again. Kong Hongwu shook his head again. Although this Zhang Daoran didn't establish a country and is considered a Tao sect disciple indifferent to fame and fortune, he is extremely famous in Jingzhou. Long before this old man recruited Huda, I personally visited him. Unfortunately, I didn't meet him. This time, he can come to the Jade Pavilion gathering. I'm afraid, it's related to that green nether dragon saliva. This kind of thing that even Huada doesn't listen to orders is absolutely tempting in the eyes of other Tao sect disciples. Hall Master is right. According to Taisher, that Zhang Daoran was recognized by Jingzhou's Tao sect disciples and was elected as their leader. Even if he wanted to decline, he couldn't. If nothing unexpected happens, he will ultimately run into Master Sun Kong. No, he should run into Star-Plucking Child first. Kong Hongwu smiled. Star-Plucking Child. That Yongzhou's Tao sect genius known to be the closest to out-of-body formation. Hearing Star-Plucking Child's name, even Linghu Pairen's expression changed. He unexpectedly also came to the Jade Pavilion gathering. Not bad. Kong Hongwu sighed. This old man is Star Lord Hall's Hall Master. Unexpectedly, I didn't even know that star-plucking child sneaked into Jade Mountain. This is truly a dereliction of duty. This isn't strange. Dao sect magic is strange of every description, far surpassing what we Confucian sect cultivators learn. Linghu Pairen smiled. Unfortunately, Dao sect magic inverts the cart before the horse. They only seek power but do not know their roots. They are far from the vast and majestic chi of our Confucian sect cultivators. Although star-plucking child is known to be a rare genius, compared to Hall Master, he is still far inferior. Don't compare this old man with those little dolls. Kong Hongwu didn't get angry and smiled. This old man is going. If you want to deal with Xiao Hua, you must be careful. If he can kill Shengwan, he can also kill you. You can't be careless. Many thanks for Hall Master's reminder. This general will be careful. Linghu Pairen bowed. Jingmu Bao and the other soldiers are unconvinced in their hearts. If this general doesn't kill Xiao Hua and the others, how can they be convinced? After sending Hall Master off, this general will go take a look. Kong Hongwu nodded slightly. Thousands of whirlpools swirled around his body. His entire body turned into nothingness. Along with a burst of qi, he gradually disappeared. After Kong Hongwu left, Linghu Pairen straightened up and walked out of the command tent. His gaze swept over the bloody head on the flagpole outside the tent. His figure floated up, crossing several rows of allied forces, and arrived at a place covered in clouds. Pooh! Linghu Pairen spat out a mouthful of true qi. The clouds within a radius of several dozen zhang were pushed aside, revealing a space covered in starlight. Looking at the several brilliant stars, a trace of a mysterious smile appeared on Linghu Pairen's face. As for Xiao Hua, he flew out from the void. Seeing the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This was a huge sphere. Although only half of it was visible in the sky and the lower half couldn't be seen, this half was already so big that Xiao Hua couldn't see its edge. When Xiao Hua looked at the outside of the huge sphere, he saw a long, flat ribbon-like object surrounding the sphere. The ribbon looked fixed, but upon closer inspection, it was slowly rotating. When Xiao Hua realized that his divine sense was not restricted in this place, he activated his divine sense again. He discovered that the ribbon was actually made up of huge rocks. If the huge rocks were on flat ground, they would be as big as a mountain. Xiao Hua's divine sense was not restricted in this place, but when he activated his divine sense again, he discovered that the ribbon was actually made up of huge rocks. If those huge rocks were on flat ground, they would be as big as a mountain. Although this magnificent scene was astonishing, it wasn't enough to make Xiao Hua exclaim in a low voice. Xiao Hua was the most shocked because the scene here was quite similar to the scene when he accompanied Fairy Hong Xia to see the Kai family's ancestral shrine in Million Mang Mountains. Star. Moon. Starry sky. Could it be that there's a big secret hidden in it? Seeing the starry sky, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be surprised. Chapter 36-33. Looking up at the seemingly endless starry sky, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with doubt. He couldn't help but think to himself, my Dao sect has the heavenly Dao, and I have the heavenly Dao starry sky in my space. Even Xiao Hua of the heavenly Dao hasn't made any significant progress in comprehending the mysteries of the heavenly Dao after nearly 200 years. Now, the heavenly Dao starry sky has appeared again and again in the Confucian cultivators' formation. Oh, right, aren't the seals on Lu Yi and the others also made of Star Force? Star Moon Palace. That's right, there's also the Star Moon Palace. The Star Moon Palace that Zhu Qing mentioned. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, a giant boat slowly flew out from the side of the sphere. There were many cultivators standing on the boat. As soon as the boat appeared, several powerful divine senses swept out from the boat and landed on Xiao Hua, immediately locking onto him. Xiao Hua's thoughts were interrupted and he unconsciously frowned. He didn't move and just stood there quietly. When the flying boat got closer, Xiao Hua could clearly see that there was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion standing at the bow of the boat. He was wearing a brocade robe and had an indifferent expression. When he saw Xiao Hua, he actually smiled and nodded at him. The old man seemed to have a secret technique to hide his cultivation. Xiao Hua looked at him and could only see that he was around the mid-nascent soul stage. As for the specific situation, Xiao Hua didn't plan on using a secret technique to find out. Daoist Master Xiao. A slightly surprised voice came from the boat and a female cultivator flew out. It was Fairy Jing, who Xiao Hua had seen before. Oh. So it's Fairy Jing's old acquaintance. That's good. Behind the old man, a young cultivator released his divine sense to lock onto Xiao Hua. When he saw Fairy Jing fly down, he relaxed and withdrew his divine sense. Xiao Hua saw Fairy Jing fly over and rubbed his chin. He looked at the boat and seemed to understand something. Sure enough, Fairy Jing landed and bowed. Greetings, Daoist Master Xiao. No need to be polite. Xiao Hua waved his hand and smiled. What's the matter with this boat? Daoist Master, the senior on the boat is the famous senior Zhang Daoran of Jing Province. Fairy Jing said with a smile, after I parted ways with Daoist Master, I entered the star formation and immediately fell into a frenzied battle. My cultivation was limited, and I could only protect myself in the chaotic battle. Just as my Daoist cultivators were about to die in the battle, Senior Dao Ran appeared on his flying boat and stopped everyone in time. Senior Dao Ran invited us to enter the star formation. With our strengths as Daoist, we can go to the end of the star formation. Oh. Daoist Masters Daoist Zhang with Daoist Masters with Daoist. Daoist Masters Daoist with Daren's Master with Daoist S Daoist. Daoist with Daoist. T. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked, Fellow Daoist Jing, have you been ambushed by Confucian cultivators in this star formation? Yes. Fairy Jing nodded. I personally saw more than 10 Golden Core disciples fall in the formation. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. This Zhang Daoran wouldn't be the same as Daoist Huda, a sanctimonious person, right? Even if Daoist has never seen Senior Daoran, could it be that you have never heard of his name? Fairy Jing was even more stunned than Xiao Hua. No. Xiao Hua was quick to reply. Spiritual master must be joking with me. How could any Daoist cultivator of the hidden immortal continent not know Senior Dao Daoran? Fairy Jing covered her mouth and smiled. Her eyes were like ripples of water. All right. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This old man admits that he has heard of it, but this old man's impression of it isn't very deep. Of course, Daoist is a senior with a similar cultivation level as Senior Dao Ran. Daoist is so low-key, even more so than Senior Dao Ran. Naturally, you wouldn't pay attention to Senior Dao Ran's deeds. Fairy Jing smiled and said, but this old man can guarantee that there are 50 people on the giant ship, including some Golden Core disciples. If they don't believe in Senior Dao Ran, how can they get on the flying ship? Li Jing. The nascent soul cultivator who withdrew his divine sense became impatient and said loudly, if this fellow Daoist doesn't want to, then don't let him come up. There are many people who want to get on the flying ship. Fellow Daoist, this old man is Zhang Daoran of Jing province. The old man also smiled and cupped his hands. Ah. The cultivator was surprised to see Zhang Daoran salute to Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was only at the early or middle nascent soul stage. He couldn't be considered a powerful figure on the flying ship. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He also cupped his hands and said, "This one is Xiaohua of Yu province." "Oh, so it's Daoist Xiao." Zhang Daoran smiled and said, "Although this old man hasn't heard of Daoist Xiao's name before, it's fate that brought us together to participate in the Jadestage gathering. Today, we've all encountered a rare change in the Jadestage gathering. If we don't work together, I'm afraid we'll all die on the Jadestage mountain." Although this old man can't see through fellow Daoist's true cultivation level, it's needless to say that fellow Daoist's cultivation level is profound. Now that we're in a crisis, would fellow Daoist please get on the flying ship and lend this old man a hand? On the giant ship, the cultivators were in an uproar. What kind of cultivation level could be praised by Zhang Daoran? Although Xiaohua looked ordinary, he couldn't be underestimated. Fairy Jing's face showed a trace of pride, as if she was also praised by Zhang Daoran. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his voice and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, this Xiao isn't being pretentious. This Xiao wants to get on the flying ship, but this Xiao has the blood of Star-Lord Hall's immortal soldiers and immortal generals. This Xiao is afraid that if this Xiao gets on the flying ship, gotcha." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, on the other side of the giant sphere, several thunderbolts appeared out of thin air, flashing into an oval several dozen feet in size in the void. Boom! With a loud sound, a grayish-white spike pierced through the void. Then, the oval several dozen feet in size shook violently, slowly cracking and breaking into pieces. After the spike pierced out, the shape of a small boat immediately rushed through the void. Then, the entire space was torn apart, and a flying ship similar to Zhang Daoran's giant ship rushed in. However, this giant ship had two sharp ends and a long and narrow middle. There were also several dozen cultivators standing on this giant ship. These cultivators appeared with the giant ship. Seeing that the entire defense formation was quiet, they immediately cheered, as if they had just escaped from danger like Xiaohua. Everyone was cheering, except for a young cultivator at the front who didn't make any movements. Just as he came out with the giant ship, he immediately stared at Zhang Daoran on the other flying ship. "Zhang Daoran. You actually came." The young man spoke amidst everyone's cheers. "Esteemed Sun Kong, if you can come, then this old man can come as well." Zhang Daoran's voice was equally loud and didn't seem to be inferior to esteemed Sun Kong's. "Esteemed Sun Kong." Xiaohua looked at the young man's arrogant expression and the corner of his mouth curled up due to his arrogance. He whispered, "Fairy Jing, who is this esteemed Sun Kong?" "This? I don't know." Fairy Jing said with a smile, "He should be a senior like esteemed Sun Kong who is focused on cultivation." "Focused on cultivation?" Xiaohua smiled. Esteemed Sun Kong sneered, "It seems that even Brother Daoran can't resist the temptation of the Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva." Zhang Daoran didn't deny it and nodded, "That's right." This old man's thoughts coincide with esteemed Sun Kong's. But esteemed Sun Kong's eyes flashed fiercely. "Unfortunately, there is only one Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva, and I heard that it can't be split. Who do you think this treasure should belong to? Perhaps you, perhaps me, or perhaps some disciple of the Dao sect." Zhang Daoran smiled, "However, this should be decided after we obtain the Azure Abyss Dragon Saliva." I'm thinking the exact opposite." Master Sun Kong roared with laughter as he said, To deal with external threats, one must first pacify the internal situation. If we don't make things clear now, then wouldn't there be great chaos once the treasure appears? With that, esteemed Sun Kong glanced at the cultivators on Zhang Daren's flying boat and said with a fake smile, could it be that Brother Daoran didn't rush out from the chaos and use this flying boat to bring these Dao sect disciples together? With that, esteemed Sun Kong's divine sense swept towards Xiaohua. He originally didn't care about Xiaohua, so his divine sense also swept past Xiaohua. However, just as his divine sense swept past Xiaohua, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly withdrew his divine sense. He looked at Xiaohua, who was quietly standing to the side, and seemed to have thought of something. Good. How could Zhang Daoran be afraid of esteemed Sun Kong? He nodded. Fellow Daoist Sun Kong is right. Now that we have just escaped from the chaos, you should give me a rule. As long as it's fair, this old man will comply. However, esteemed Sun Kong's words were somewhat thought-provoking. He smiled and said, this old man carefully thinks about it. Brother Daren's words make sense. We haven't even seen the treasure yet, so how can there be internal strife? Oh. Zhang Daoran looked at esteemed Sun Kong with a smile that wasn't a smile, then looked at Xiaohua, who was next to Fairy Jing. Of course, he understood that esteemed Sun Kong had already seen through Xiaohua's extraordinariness and thought that Xiaohua had made an alliance with him. However, he didn't point it out and said, in that case, Brother Sun Kong, this old man will introduce you to Daoist Master Xiaohua of the Yu Province. Xiaohua. Esteemed Sun Kong frowned and his eyes turned slightly. He seemed to be in a meeting, but after a short moment, he gave up. This name was indeed unfamiliar. He had never heard of it. Daoist Master Zhao's name is also unfamiliar to this old man. Esteemed Sun Kong asked bluntly, may I know which country Daoist Master cultivates in? When Zhang Daoran heard esteemed Sun Kong's address of Xiaohua, he couldn't help but smile. Esteemed Sun Kong calling Xiaohua Daoist Master meant that he treated Xiaohua as an equal. This was truly rare for the usually unruly esteemed Sun Kong. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.